May 2022 business meeting. Vito, can you do a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. President Steve Stowe.
Here.
First Vice President Jennifer Hugh.
Here.
Second Vice President Elizabeth Chan.
Here.
Recording Secretary Vito Labella here. Borough President Appointee Treasurer Marie Brugadas. Excused.
Yes.
Gada Aimin. Gada.
I think Marie just showed up too.
Marie, you here?
I am here.
Hey, welcome. Glad you're feeling well enough to join us. Gada, are you there? We'll come back. Li Ping Yang.
Here.
Yona Isufi. Maya Rosenblatt. Kevin Zhao.
Here.
Joyce C.
Here.
Thank you. Gada, you here? Yona.
Hello, hi, I'm here.
I can't see you. Who's that?
That was Yona.
Okay, great. So just
That's
Gada
Yona.
then. Gada and Maya.
All
Does
set.
anybody-
Thanks.
Does
Yeah.
anybody see them?
Keep an eye out.
Okay, so Steve, back to you.
Thank you. Before we get started with the meeting, there's a few announcements I would like to make. First, just a reminder that this is a public meeting and it is being recorded. Second, I want to announce that there are Spanish, Arabic, and Mandarin interpreters here tonight. You should see video of these interpreters. Thank you very much to them for being here and providing us with this important service. They will now announce instructions for attendees who may wish to dial into the language lines at this time. So could we start with our Arabic interpreters? Could you please introduce yourselves?
Good afternoon. My name is Tagreed Darwish. I'm one of the Arabic interpreters.
And then could you provide the instructions for and dial-in numbers for your line?
Yes, of course. مساء الخير جميعا. توجد خدمة ترجمة للغة العربية النهاردة. خدمة ترجمة فورية للاستخدام الخدمة أو الاستفادة من خدمة الترجمة الفورية برجاء الاتصال على رقم 347-966-4114. رقم الاتصال الخط اللغة العربية مرة أخرى 347-966-4114 وإدخال رمز الدخول لحجرة اللغة العربية وهو 347-258-512 والضغط على رمز الشباك. رمز الخط اللغة العربية مرة أخرى 347-258-512 والضغط على رمز الشباك. شكرا جزيلا ورجاء وضع أنفسكم على الصامت لحين الاحتياج للتكلم. شكرا جزيلا. The Arabic announcement is done.
Great, thank you. Next, could our Mandarin interpreter please introduce themselves?
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, this is one of the Mandarin interpreters in. 晚上好，如果收听中文翻译频道，请拨打347-966-4114，然后输入会议 ID 569-869-110井号键。中文翻译频道请拨打347-966-4114，会议 ID 569-869-110井号键。如果您想收听中文音频，同时在电脑上看到会议的话，请用电话拨打中文会议频道，然后将电脑和电话同时调成静音。再说一遍，中文翻译频道请拨打347-966-4114，然后输入会议 ID 569-869-110井号键。谢谢 ，Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, could our Spanish interpreter please introduce yourself?
Sure, this announcement is going to be in Spanish. Muy buenas noches a todos, les queremos dar la más cordial bienvenida de parte de los anfitriones. Si desean escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor marquen al número 347-966-4114 e ingresen el código 278-491-198 y el símbolo numeral. Les pedimos que por favor mantengan sus micrófonos apagados durante la reunión. Les voy a repetir nuevamente el número, es el 347-966-4114 e ingresan el código 278-491-198 y el símbolo numeral y disfruten la velada. Muchas gracias. It is done.
Thank you. Just a reminder to everyone speaking tonight, please try to speak slower than normal in order to allow the interpreters to keep up. And thank you again for being here and providing this service. During the calendar meeting, we will hold a public comment session. The sign-up sheet for the public speaking is now open. There is a link on the CEC website. And Natalia, can you please post that link in the chat as well? And that is for the calendar meeting, public speaking session. The calendar meeting starts at 7 o'clock. Okay, the agenda for the business meeting is very short, unlike the calendar meeting. We are just going to review the minutes from the last meeting and then have an open discussion. I do have a few things I'd like to talk about in the open discussion. So, Natalia, can you share the minutes from the last month's business meeting? So everyone, please take a few minutes and review the minutes from last month's business meeting. Are there any changes? Natalia, this is a 7-page document, but this is the end of the business meeting, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any changes to the business meeting minutes from last month? Okay. Hearing none, the minutes are approved as is. So I want to just, for the business meeting now, I would like to go over a few things that the CEC upcoming events and upcoming dates, and make sure that all members understand what these things are and what we are supposed to do. The first one I'll talk about is just this superintendent evaluation. So CECs are responsible in state law for evaluating superintendents every year. And we have to do it now, and it gets approved at our meeting in June. And then after we approve it at the meeting in June, it gets sent to the Department of Education. There's the process for doing that is using every member can send in their their own thoughts, their own opinion, their own evaluation. There is a form that I am going to pull up. And I will share my screen in 1 second. Okay. So this is the superintendent evaluation form. Before I go through this, I will tell you it's not required for everyone. You can use this form if it helps you, or you can send in your comments. It's up to you. The DOE, the Department of Education, doesn't even require us to use this form, but some people find it helpful. And I will send in, when we do the evaluation, I will send in our thoughts on this form. So my job is, all of you send me your thoughts, your opinion on Superintendent Prato by, I think the date I sent in the email was May, if you can, by May 18th. So a week from today. If you need a few more days, that's fine. But it takes me some time to go through and put everything together. And then I have to share it with all of you again before I share it with superintendent and before we approve it. So it takes a while. So if you can, send me your thoughts by May 18th. I'll walk through the form here. This is the first page. This is a summary. The evaluation is based on a rating scale. There are 3 categories. Satisfactory is the best category. Developing is in the middle, and unsatisfactory is the lowest ranking. And the numbers, the equivalent numbers are 3, 2, and 1. So the best, if you're very positive on a category, on something, you give a 3. And if you're not happy with something, you would assign a 1. This is a summary of the different categories. I'll show you more of these categories on the pages to follow. But these are the 4 main ways that we evaluate superintendent: relationship with CEC members, community relations, collaborative learning environment with parents, district planning with CEC members. And then the numbers get used to calculate an overall rating. And this form is, this just provides some guidelines. You can see here that the evaluations are due to the Department of Education by June 30th. So that's why we're starting the process now. Okay. Each section of the review has these grids that have different criteria. And then a rubric, sort of written guidelines on how you could assign a rating. So the first category here, well, relationship with CEC members, and the first criteria is information. And you can see that an unsatisfactory rating would be someone who fails to provide data and information that the council needs, that the council requests, basically, just doesn't provide any information. And the best rating, a satisfactory rating, is someone who consistently provides the data and information that the council needs, that the council requests. So that's just an example. That's how this grid is set up. And then you can see on the right, there's a box. In the rating box, you can put your rating, 1, 2, or 3. There's a number of categories here. I encourage everyone to read them, look at them, think about it thoughtfully, and really take it seriously. This is an important part of our job. Like I said, this is in state law. There's a section in state law that says CECs will evaluate superintendents on an annual basis. This is the next section, community relations with CEC members, elected officials, community boards, and other stakeholders. Instructional leadership for CEC members and parents in the district. And by the way, if for one of these categories, you just don't feel like you have enough information, it's fine to leave the rating blank. I won't count it as a 0. It won't get factored into the score. The district planning category. So at the end of the evaluation, there's also this section for just any open comments. Strengths here, areas of growth here. Sometimes it can be easier to put your comments here than to use the fixed boxes. But I encourage you to do both. Yeah. And then you can see here the line where it says approved by a vote of the council in a meeting held on. That will be at our June meeting. We will approve it. And then it's shared with the superintendent. That will be a meeting where I share it with Superintendent Pretto and discuss it. And superintendent also gets a chance to respond to the report, to the evaluation. That's the evaluation form, the process. If you can get this back to me by May 18th or shortly thereafter, let's call it by the end of next week, that would be great. Any questions?
I just wanted to know, are we really hiring the new superintendent, or is just like we're a bunch of like everything just get factor in who they get hired?
Shall we come to that? I was going to talk about that, Elizabeth. I will definitely discuss that. Hold that thought. And we can close out this evaluation discussion. This evaluation is separate from that. This evaluation happens every year, no matter what. So I understand it might be a little confusing this year with so many things going on, but this happens no matter what. And this is, yeah. Any questions on this, on the evaluation, the annual superintendent evaluation? All good? Okay. So yeah, so what Elizabeth just brought up are the superintendent hiring process. So I'll talk before I talk about Elizabeth's question, which is the heart of the matter. I'll talk about the logistical stuff. Actually, I'm glad Steve Weiser is here. So the DOE was supposed to provide us by today the date of the town hall. Remember the doodle polls I sent around like a week or two ago, trying to get your availability for a town hall. There's going to be a community town hall. Everyone can attend, and the DOE will introduce candidates, job candidates for the superintendent position. We were supposed to have gotten those dates today. We didn't. The DOE messed up. So we don't know now when it's going to be. They have sent us a list of dates. They sent every CEC a date, and they asked us if you could have a meeting on that particular date. For us, it's May 25th. I can't make that date. And so I've requested another meeting, and I'm waiting to hear back. And I see, Steve, I don't know, do you want to come off mute and maybe just share any insight into this that you may have?
I don't have a lot, right?
Okay.
DC Blackburn's office is doing it.
Okay.
I do know each day and each time currently has, either 2 or 3 CCs scheduled for those. So a lot of people pick the same dates, and I expect that's kind of what happened.
Okay. Well, we didn't pick this latest list of dates wasn't picked by us. This was brand
So,
new.
yeah, well, some people have dates that they put down because there was only 2. And then what I see from looking at the full spreadsheet, right, is that you have 3 on one day. You can't, looks like they weren't doing 4 on one day. So then they just chose another day. Right.
Okay.
So, and how that was done, I'm not sure. That's a question to reach out to the email address in that email to DC Blackburn's office.
Okay, so Steve, should I proactively reach out or just wait because I wasn't going to reach out because we can't do that date.
Yeah, I know I've seen both, right?
Okay.
I've seen some people reach out proactively, and I've seen people that haven't responded. So
Okay.
I don't know. I'm sure I'll get more information yesterday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. I know my executive director was meeting with DC Blackburn's office. So
Okay. Okay.
when I have more information, I'll give it to you, but whichever you feel is best to do at this point.
Yeah, I may proactively reach out. Council members, I do want to hear from all of you though. So the new date that the DOE has asked us if we can do the May 25th at 5 o'clock. I cannot do that day. I asked for May 24th. I remember from our doodle poll, a lot of you were free on May 24th. So I hope that is still the case, but does anyone have any, and all of this is I'm saying all of this, but I honestly don't know how much of a say we're really going to have in the matter, but I do want to hear from you. Like, is May 24th okay? Vito?
I have I have an endoscopy and a colonoscopy that I have prep Tuesday and I have the procedure on Wednesday, so I'm not available.
Okay. I will, okay. Anyone else? Anyone else that week, that whole week, the week of May 23rd, are there any other days that do or don't work? Okay.
24, 25th works fine for me.
Okay, great, Kevin.
I can also do either 24th or 25th.
Okay, I may, now that I know Vito's not available, I may try and ask about the 23rd, or maybe the 26th. Okay, that's good to know. So otherwise, please let me know as soon as possible, but the focus is on that week. I'll send a follow-up email tonight.
Steve, the 26th isn't good for me.
It is not good for you, Jen?
No, there's
Okay.
a PTA meeting.
Okay. Let me just jot this down.
And 27th would be tough because it's the night before our event.
The 26th would be tough, you mean? Yeah,
No, the 26th would be
yeah,
tough
yeah.
for our event.
May 23rd is looking better and better. Okay. And then just so everyone understands what the town, the town hall is for the entire community. I reached out to all, all organized labor, to President's Council, to, CSA, to try and coordinate, because this is a big public event. And then the second step in the process is what's called the consultation process. And that is a smaller meeting with CEC, President's Council, I think UFT will be there. And this is sort of what always used to happen, is this smaller meeting where first we have a chance to interview the candidates in a little bit more of a personal setting, and then the candidates leave, and then we provide feedback to the Department of Education directly. And so that's the second part. Originally, that was supposed to be the last week of May and done by early June, but obviously that probably won't happen. I don't know when they're trying to schedule that part of the process. Elizabeth, your question was kind of like, how meaningful is all of this, right?
Yes.
I think we should absolutely take it very seriously. I also think everyone should vote for the resolution tonight that calls for giving CECs more influence in the process. One of the things, ultimately, it's still the DOE's responsibility. And the DOE had a number of citywide meetings where the deputy chancellor in charge of this whole process took feedback from parents. And that was really appreciated. And I will say a lot of parents had the same requests, and this cuts across boroughs, it cuts across districts, it cuts across ideologies. A lot of parents made the same kind of requests. And a big one was, how do we know who the DOE is selecting to present to us as candidates? The DOE has said, we're going to present 2 to 3 candidates to every district. There's something like 140 that applied, or so 120 that applied for all 37 districts or something like that. So the answer is no one knows how the DOE picks it. They just are going to announce it. They were supposed to tell us by today, but that's been delayed. So we will know soon, and I will share that information with all of you. I believe we should be getting resumes and kind of backgrounds beforehand. And then we will be prepared for the town hall. So the request, and this gets into the meeting tonight a little bit, but the resolution, one of the big things in the resolution is just more transparency in the process, more partnership with the DOE, coming up with the candidate lists, more weight to the evaluation in the process. For example, when we did the evaluation of a superintendent last year in the last CEC council, I never heard back. I never heard a thing from the DOE, nothing. It was done, finished, sent it off. That was it, you know? So the resolution calls for a lot of sort of small improvements in the process that would give CECs a little bit more of a say. One of the big things is there used to be language in the state law under the old school board system where the school boards would actually provide a list of candidates to the DOE. So the DOE would go out and do a job search and bring in all the resumes. The school boards could go through the resumes and pick out a number of candidates, up to 4, and then send those to the DOE and say, hey, pick from this batch of 4. And if the DOE didn't want any of them, then they would kind of go back to the drawing board and start over. And I wasn't around then. I don't know how effective that process was, but I like the idea that CECs should have some say in pre-selecting candidates for a particular district. So that's one thing in the resolution tonight. But I encourage, like Elizabeth, it's a very valid question. I've felt many times that it's only they're only doing this for show, and ultimately they can make any decision they want. And the deputy chancellor made that very clear during the meetings. He said ultimately it's going to be the chancellor's decision. And that's mayoral control. So any other questions about that process? Cool. Then the other event, and you guys know about this, Marie has talked about this, Jen has talked about this, but I just want to remind everyone of the legislative breakfast, May 27th, 8:30 to 11, PS 127. It's going to be a great event, and I really hope everyone can make it, all CEC members, anyone on this call from the community who's been invited. Mark that on your calendars. Any questions about that event from anyone? I know Marie talked about it at the last meeting, so we don't need to rehash anything if people don't want to. Great.
Steve,
Yo, yep.
can I just really also just reiterate what you said? We really want as many CEC members in attendance at the legislative breakfast as possible. That would just, it's great if we could just come out in force, because this is our event, we're hosting it. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, no, well taken.
Hi.
Well taken, Jen.
Hi, good afternoon. Evening, everybody. Sorry for late. I have internet issues. That's why I take a lot of time.
No problem, Gada. How are you?
Good.
Welcome. Good to see you or hear you.
Thank you.
I got you, Gada.
Any other business now? That's all I have to say for this meeting. So any other business, any other CEC members would like to discuss? I might call out a few things if no one else has anything to say.
I would like to mention about many families that apply for summer rising, but after opening it's opening like at 12 o'clock. After 2 hours, they try to apply, but they found that there is no spot for them in their zone. They didn't find any school. They said it's full. They gave them other district.
Yep.
It was only 2 hours, and then they didn't find any spot.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up also because yeah, it was ridiculous. The same day that they opened it, it was full. It was packed, and then they said that there was space in another school, but then the school will be far away. Like you have to drive to another school just for a summer program. I just thought it was crazy the way they did it this year.
Yeah, like
And yeah, a lot of parents were complaining to me.
that. I was just like it's just start like a 2 hour, and I try to find the summer racing. I can't find my child's school anymore. It's hard.
Yeah, it filled up so fast, and people were complaining that there is no space. And then, yes, it was crazy. Like I feel like there was a promise that Summer Rising will be open to our students and our children, but how could it be open when it filled up so fast?
Yeah, many families were disappointed from different community. They were very disappointed because they found like District 20, they found a spot in District 15 or 14, and this is far away a lot for them.
Yeah, I heard a very similar story about summer racing. I mean, I heard it from Queens and the Manhattan school district. They all mentioned that within an hour or two, it's already all gone, and none of them can get a spot here.
And
I heard that it only had like 100,000 spots when we have 900,000 students. I don't know if that's wrong information somebody fed me.
I mean, it's close. I mean, the fact is that last year, because of COVID, they pretty much had a program in every school. And I guess because of budget, they cut that back.
Why?
But it wasn't announced. It wasn't announced that it was going to be cut back severely. And I feel that it was very mishandled, because if this program was not going to be serving the New York population, then they should have limited it to only the students who needed summer school, for instance, because right now it was limited to people who not only got in that same day, but also in my case, I have 3 children that I tried to enter. So when you enter 3 children, it takes longer because you have to enter 3 numbers. You can't apply one child at a time. You have to enter everyone. So it's a longer process. So then it basically kicked you out of the system, and then you have to go in and redo. And I feel like if you were going in early with 1 child, there was like a loophole in essence, because you didn't need to enter all the information.
And if you
So
did
it
not
just
have high-speed internet, you were at a complete disadvantage.
Yeah.
But there's some districts that have plenty of spots, because I checked the following day and I was not able, but there were spots in Upper Manhattan, in Washington Heights, and in East New York.
But that's crazy. Why do we have to drive?
No. I mean, it's not feasible. It's not feasible.
That's
It's
not
just
feasible.
some districts have an overabundance of spots and some, don't.
I guess, I mean, it's kind of problematic because we were told that
open the more spot for the student for the summer racing or not?
That was what my question is like. We were told that it was going to be expanded this year and that a lot of the kinks that happened last year would be fixed. But it seems like it got worse because I feel like there were actually fewer spots this year than there were last year.
And I
Because
think
I
it's
put my kid in summer rising.
so earlier to apply, and why it still have like a month? And it's already start to apply. And it's a normal spot to apply. It's ridiculous.
And I felt like if it was so limited the space that maybe we should have narrowed the amount of kids outside of the community that be able to go into your district. Because what isn't summer rising supposed to help the community that it's in?
Yeah, no, I like, I'm writing everything down, by the way.
And yeah, I feel like maybe they should have had some like regulation, like say, oh, you like if you're gonna have your kid be in the summer program, that you either had to work here or like not be a far distant away, because I feel like in the summer we shouldn't have this traffic jam. Even if my kids don't make it into the summer program, we shouldn't have like so much traffic in the morning. I mean, it's very dangerous. I feel like in the summer we should like it should be have a lower amount of people driving. I'm sorry, it's just not fair for people in the community, just safety issue wise.
Yep.
And I have idea like it's from 9 to or 8 to 6. Why we can like divide it to two programs from 9 to 3 and from 3 to 6, so some people can add some people, more people can have a summer program for them or something like this, divided to for two programs like.
So like from 8 until 8 until
like
1.
From 12 to 5 or something like this, because from 9 to 6 I think it's maybe it's long, and many that's makes many of families that's not gonna have a spot to make a spot for other people.
I see. I understand. So the only time available is a full day. You can't send your child in for half the day. Is that correct to anyone who signed up? There's Gada, you're saying they should create a half day option, and then
I kind of understand what she's saying. I feel like they in order to put more people in the program, they should do like some of the students, because it was too little spots. Maybe they should split the days that people could get, like 3 days or 2 days. Like it's very like, I feel like last year I put my kid in summer program, but I also like we were like a test subject for them. You know, oh, let's see how the summer program happened last year, and then we took a gamble with our kids' health and we put them in the summer program. And this year, because everybody else is not scared anymore, they put their kids in. So it's too many kids that, you know, that applied and not enough space.
Right.
And Steve, so how we do, like we don't have space spot for the apply. So, but we still want to apply the summer program. How we gonna do?
I feel like from 9 to 3 and then 3 to 6 should be an option for some parents. So we want some kind of like education program for our kids during the summer also, like maybe even 3 hours, like she was saying.
Yeah, let me go to Yona. She's had her hand up. Yona, go ahead.
Hi. Okay. Hi, everyone. Actually, I'm sorry that you guys missed the meeting with Superintendent Preto and the DOE representative. Steve, you remember that meeting about? So I actually followed up with William in an email. He has not replied to me yet, but I did send an email to both Superintendent Preto and Mr. I believe Chan, right? And I did bring this topic up again. They did explain to us that the program is a mix between what DOE does and what other programs do. So the half day of the program is actually run by DOE and the other portion is run by the other organizations. So in our district, that would be a CAMBA program, a NIA program. So it is a mix. And based on what the parent coordinator has been telling me, the way that they're thinking of, if I want to get a spot, she advised that within the first 2 weeks of the program, to actually physically go to the school and see if any of these parents didn't show up. And it is mandatory for the children to be there the full day, unless there is a medical or there is an actual appointment. But they are expecting that maybe few spots might be, emptied due to the people taking vacations and things like that. But I did follow up with Mr. Chan, and I'm really interested to see if Dr. Preto or any of them were able to find out, who ran this thing. But as of right now, what we were told is that that's it. That was the limit. And unfortunately, I did also bring up the fact that there is no control. Even if you have multiple children, you might end up with multiple children in multiple locations. So whatever algorithm they use, it did not account for many factors, unfortunately. So I think that we should, even though it might not change anything for right now, I think we should really find out how this whole thing came out to be. Because as we can see just in our CEC, all of us were not part of the lucky ones that got a spot, me included. So I am following up, and I know, Steve, you're very good at writing this email. So if you can, tag along or just ask them a little bit more, I would really appreciate it.
Like, I even asked my school and they didn't even have a waiting list option. So I was just thinking that's like crazy.
Yes, the same with the district wide. There is no waiting list.
Yeah, showing up to the school, hoping somebody wouldn't show up is a wait list would have been a much better option than that.
Right.
As waiting list is better, because we cannot apply summit. It's hard. So nobody know we want to apply,
I have a question. Is it possible to go online and see every school in the district that has a program? I've never tried to enroll. Can you?
No.
No.
Yes,
we can see what school have program, have summer school. We can't find it. We can't.
The school,
you can see what school has availability, but you cannot see which schools have been filled up, because I have tried, and then I just put out feelers asking people where are the programs, and I was told that PSIS 30 was running a program combined with PS 102, and then PS 127 is running a program that's combined with another school, but actually don't know which one. So it seems like several schools were combined, but online, the only thing you can see is what's still available.
Okay. Is that what?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Online, only what is the spot is available. You can see the like BS 102 or PSIS 30. After 2 hours, there is not showing. And however, it's your zone or something. Then after the spot is full, they didn't show again to other families.
So
hi, Steve. Sorry.
Go ahead, Yana. Yeah.
Okay. So there is also a very big difference from last year to this year. Last year, I was actually able to see the school where my son is at as I did the search. This year, given that our school, PS 170, did not have a program, and it's CAMBA, which is the after school people, they did not have a program at our school, but they had it at the school that Marie mentioned. It didn't show up. So actually you had to look, at least I had to look it up by zip code, but not everybody did that. So I had a friend who actually lost the spot because nobody told her that she had to do the search by zip code. because the name of the school wouldn't automatically show up.
Who did early, I'm gonna mention for something. Who did early, they can show it if you did it early.
But if
After
your
the-
school,
it-
yeah, but if your school did not have, like Fabricio doesn't have its own program.
where you put the zip code, it's not gonna show.
I have need to say last year the summer program is very good. Like you need to create an account first, and you can apply and you can search the school. But I don't know why this year and cannot create an account. Always do enter the student's ID and to search. It's hard.
Li Ping, what did you can't create what? An account?
The account last year I applied my school kids for the summer racing program. They have create account. So and you go to the account and then you can apply the program. You can find out which school have the summer program, and you can search which school you can apply. Maybe one or more school, but this year you can create an account. You need to enter the parents information and then the student information and then find a school and then submit the application. If you not apply the application, if you not do the successful submit, and you can find a school or you nobody know you want to apply this summer program.
Okay.
Yeah, I have experience to enroll I enroll my kids online. So I enroll for my kids and my friends' kids. So we go online, but I be able to, when we put in the student's ID, you will see which school we partnership with it. So it will automatically pop up. If you don't, you can check the address. If you don't want that school, you can choose one the close to you.
Okay. Can I make a suggestion here? This is a great discussion, and it's one of these times when almost everyone is in agreement here. We are definitely going to do something about this. We are going to email Yona. I thank you. It's great what you did, the following up. We have to escalate this to people in the Department of Education. I'll reach out. I think Bill maybe may not be in a position to answer all of our questions. Maybe he can answer some of them. But what I would like to recommend is someone sort of volunteer. It'd be great to get a volunteer, preferably someone who's had experience with applying to the program, to start an email, and everyone send a lot of your comments to that person, to that individual. And I have a bunch of notes here that I'll share as well.
Okay,
And
so I can do that, given that I started that off.
that would be amazing, Yona. And then this email and then I'm going to find out exactly who this has to go to in the DOE. And I also would like to suggest for next June, this is a great resolution right here. This is the kind of stuff we should be putting in resolutions. What do parents say about education in the DOE? And I would love to have someone not named Steve or Vito author a resolution. So just putting that out there, that would be awesome. I think it would be great to have any number of you. I mean, all of you have had experience with it. So let's start thinking about that for next month. And we will send the email as soon as in the next week or so, once Yona gets, everyone just email Yona your thoughts, your comments. And we will get that off to the right people and try to start making some things happen. I think a few people said it already. It might not change anything this year, but they have to know, they have to hear this stuff. It's really important that they hear this. This is what we do as advocates, as parent advocates. So thanks everyone. It was great sharing. Anything else on that? Or we can, if there's any other topics anyone wants to discuss? Do we want to take a 10-minute break before the calendar meeting?
I'm sorry, I was want to talk about GNT program.
Yeah, got it. Go ahead. And superintendent will be presenting on that at the calendar meeting, but feel free to talk now. That's fine.
I have like a question about to know about what's the difference between the regular GNT that they mentioned about in website, and the other one is from third grade to first grade, I think.
Yep.
Because they didn't mention what's the difference between this, and why always when they do like that announcement about they're going to do something, why they always to keep us they didn't provide all information about the program so that the families can make a decision early. Why they said if you want you can apply and end of May, then after what we are not know anything about how is going, what they're gonna test, how they gonna do it, they're gonna have a test, the kids have a test or not, how the program is, how's it gonna be that the classes, what they're gonna take, what's new on it.
Got it. David, superintendent will answer all of those in his presentation. I can answer the one you said about why is it so late? It's because of the change in mayor. Because remember, Mayor Adams, last year, there was going to be no G&T. Mayor Adams came in, said, we're going to start it again. And go ahead.
I'm not talking about late. I'm talking now, they said we can apply for this in May end. So I'm gonna apply for my son, but I don't know how they gonna test him or do what. They didn't mention about this. How is going the test? How is going the test, or how is going to take him? They gonna approve him for what? How?
David,
they didn't mention for that.
Okay,
Well,
I understand. So you didn't get any announcement from your school? Like the school didn't send out anything?
Only send that there's a GMT is going open and apply. The same message from the website. I got it, that they are open and it's gonna be May, the end of May.
Okay. I can answer some of those, but David can answer those better than me. And this is his presentation tonight, is the G&T program. So I'd like to have him answer those, and you can ask him all those questions at the calendar meeting.
Okay.
Hi, Steve. May I ask him about, so my kids is already apply, it's already do the G&T program. Text already. So when he will get result, or how get a result? How I know he passed or no?
Li Ping, you said he's already in G&T, or he?
No. I just applied for my second son, and he do the text last week. So how I to know what he get the result.
So how old is your son, Li Ping?
Accepted already.
4.
So he was accepted already, right?
4 or 5. Almost 5.
There was no test. This was just recommendations by the teachers.
Yes. I was talking about that. And I want to asking is, when I get result about he already passed or no?
So you're talking about the lottery? You're waiting for the results of the lottery?
Yeah.
No, wait, I think his question is, his son is, his kid is already interviewed, but she doesn't know when the result will come out. She doesn't know if the kid is accepted or not.
So then it's based on there's the two threshold, right? Hasn't everyone been told that they were accepted and moved on to the lottery? Have those people been notified? I guess that's the question, right?
I think she has to ask
That's-
the teacher. You're gonna say if she recommended him or no.
Ask, should she ask the school?
I think
This
she,
is
she
super-
should ask the teacher if she already make a recommendation for him or not.
Mhm.
Kevin know what I mean.
Okay, Liping, sorry, I'm gonna speak in Mandarin for a second. 你家的宝宝是已经面试了，对不对？
是我家宝宝已经面试了，然后我想知道的是，就是老师什么时候，或者是我是要从哪里知道我的孩子是通过了还是没通过？
面试之后，他们要有一个叫做 interview， 那么不是 interview， 就是老师要那个 recommend， 就推荐的。你知不知道那个老师推荐他了没？
哦，老师还要推荐呢？老师如果
对
不推荐就还不行吗？为什么还要老师推荐？
要老师推荐，然后才会进行那个筛。老师推荐以后才会再做一次抽签，好像是。
还要做抽签？不是像以前
因为不是所有的人都进去的嘛。
不是像以前
所以你要
那样考试吗
不是考试的，现在已经没有考试了。
？OK，因为我第一个儿子他是考试的嘛，所以
现在
我
今年没有考试，今年没有考试。
OK 好。
Okay, sorry. So just a little update. Liping， 对不起，你那是男孩还是女孩？
男孩。
男孩。Okay. Liping son was interviewed, but she doesn't know if the teacher recommended her son yet, and she's wondering when she'll figure out when that will be recommended, and then proceed for the next, like a lottery or something like that. So the question basically is like, how does she find out
Right.
if her son is recommended or not?
To me, this sounds like going to Bill Chin, district office. That's my first thought. Let me just confirm. Let me see if that's either the school. If the school can't provide that information, I would go to Bill Chin. David, are you on the call at the moment? May not be. I'm just. Liping, just like I said to Gada, ask superintendent this question later tonight.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's probably a Bill Chin thing.
Steve, the question might
I'm
be,
going to interrupt 1 second. I'm sorry, Roseanne Sinato here. I think and it might not be the answer that he's looking for, but teachers, after they nominate the students, what I heard and what I was told is that there is going to be a letter generated to families that were nominated. And then those letters will indicate that they have been nominated and they can move forward in completing an application. So I think that that's when the families will know that their child has been nominated for the G&T program.
Roseanne, thank you. Where are you from?
Principal of PS 204.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, I'm not sure if that's completely what, she's looking for, but that's kind of the information that we got.
And that's what happened with me when my son applied for G&T last year when he was in pre-K.
Liping, did you understand what the principal said?
No. Please let the Kevin later translate for me.
Kevin, do you want me to repeat it?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat it because my phone, I cannot hear well before.
Sure. So after the assessment, the teacher's recommendation were put online. And from what we were told, once the nominations are in, there is a letter that will be generated to families of those students that were chosen to be part of the G&T program. And that letter that will be generated will have the information on how families can go about to apply. So there will be an application at that point. So I believe her question is, when will she know if her student or her child, I should say, was nominated? I believe when she gets the letter that is generated is when she will know whether her student was nominated for the G&T program.
Got it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, yeah, 丽萍，这位女士呢，她校长，她说呢，在面试以后，就是你儿子已经跟老师面试过了，面试以后呢，那老师呢会那个推荐，因为他不会说所有面试的小孩他都会推荐，他会推荐他认为适合的，然后呢，等他推荐后，你会收到一封信。我不确定是 email 还是那个正常的信，但是你会收到一封信，然后那封信呢会告诉你，你儿子已经被推荐上去了，然后呢那份信里边会告诉你怎么注册这个 GNT 这个课程。
谢谢你啊，我知道。
Okay. Just one more follow-up question. The letter we are talking about, I assume it's going to be an email or it's going to be a physical mail.
Email.
I'm going to assume it's an email.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
We can have a chance. Superintendent Preto will be on talking about this at the calendar meeting. So, okay, that's the end. I am going to make a motion to adjourn the business meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of adjourning the business meeting?
In favor.
Aye.
Okay, we will now conclude the business meeting. Let's take a 3-minute break. We'll start the calendar meeting at 7:05, 3-minute break if anyone needs to step away. But at 7:05, be back here for the calendar meeting, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May 2022 CEC 20 calendar meeting to order, 7:06. Vito, can you take roll call, please?
Thank you, Steve. President Steve Stowe.
Here.
First Vice President Jennifer Hugh.
Here.
Second Vice President Elizabeth Chan.
Here.
Recording.
Here.
Thank you. Recording Secretary Vito Labella here. Borough Appointee Marie Brugadas.
Here.
Gada Aimin.
Here.
Li Ping Chang.
Here.
Hello, Yona and Sufi.
Hi, I'm here.
Yep, Maya Rosenblatt. We'll come back. Kevin, Zhao. Joyce Z.
Here.
Hey, Joyce. So Kevin, I'm sure he'll be back. Does anyone see Maya?
Oh.
Who's that?
I thought I saw Maya earlier.
She was here in the business meeting, but we can,
Yeah.
she may have just stepped away.
Okay, so
Oh,
Maya and Kevin, I'm sure just stepped away.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. Back to you.
Thank you, Vito.
I'm back, Victor. I'm back now.
Kevin, thanks. Gotcha. So before we start the meeting, just a few logistical announcements to make. Remember, this is a public meeting. It's being recorded. Second, I want to announce there are Spanish, Arabic, and Mandarin interpreters here tonight. You should see video of these interpreters. Thank you very much for being here and providing these services. They will now introduce themselves and announce instructions for any participants who wish to listen to the meeting on the language lines. So could our Arabic interpreter please introduce themselves?
Good afternoon. This announcement for the Arabic audience. السلام عليكم على الراغبين بسماع الترجمة باللغة العربية. الاتصال على نمرة التليفون 347 966 4114. بعدها الضغط على رمز 347 258 512 بعدها علامة الهاشتاج أو الشباك. مرة أخرى على الراغبين بسماع الترجمة باللغة العربية. الاتصال على نمرة التليفون 347 966 4114. بعدها الضغط على رمز 347 258 512 بعدها علامة الهاشتاج أو الشباك. على الراغبين بسماع الترجمة بصورة واضحة وضع الصوت على الصامت أو الميوت لكي تستطيعوا سماع الترجمة بصورة واضحة. شكرا. Arabic announcement has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Could our Mandarin interpreters please introduce yourself?
Thank you. Hi everyone, this is one of the Mandarin interpreters in. 晚上好，如果需要收听中文翻译频道，请拨打347-966-4114，然后输入会议 ID 569-869-110井号键。中文翻译频道请拨打347-966-4114，会议 ID 569-869-110井号键。如果您想听中文翻译频道，同时在电脑上看到会议的话，请用电话拨打中文会议频道，同时将电脑和电话调成静音。再说一遍，中文翻译频道请拨打347-966-4114，然后输入会议 ID 569-869-110井号键。谢谢 ，Thank you.
Thank you.
I did too, actually.
And finally, Natalia, I think you're unmuted. And finally, could our Spanish interpreter please introduce yourself?
This message is going to be in Spanish. Muy buenas tardes a todos. De parte de los anfitriones les queremos dar la más cordial bienvenida. Si desean escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor marquen al número 347-966-4114 e ingresen el código 278-491-198 y el símbolo numeral. Les pedimos por favor que mantengan sus micrófonos apagados durante la reunión. Le vuelvo a repetir, el número es el 347-966-4114 y el código para ingresar 278-491-198 y el símbolo numeral. Muchísimas gracias y disfruten la velada. Irisan.
Thank you. A reminder to everyone to please try to speak slowly and clearly, since we will have simultaneous interpretation throughout the meeting. And then third announcement, later in the meeting, we will have a public speaking session. If you would like to sign up for public speaking, please use the form located online on the CEC website. And Natalia has also posted it in the chat. Okay. Natalia, can you share the agenda, please? So it's a very busy meeting tonight, and Natalia, there's another updated version from this one, but that's okay. So our agenda tonight, old business, approved last month's meeting minutes. There's the first order of business. We were joined by Senator Andrew Gennardis. He's going to be speaking first. Then we're going to have the Office of Food and Nutritional Services make a presentation. Then there will be a discussion from Deputy Superintendent Dr. O'Brien on the District 20 STEAM Expo. Then there will, this is actually an older version, Natalia, or out of order, because we're going to have superintendent report.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to update it because I was working on the POs.
Okay. We're going to have superintendent report after Dr. O'Brien. Then I will make a very brief announcement or two. Then we'll have Vito lead a discussion on the Mosaic curriculum. Then we will have public speaking. It will be longer than 15 minutes. And then we will have two resolutions, one resolution on mayoral control and one resolution on the superintendent hiring and evaluation process. So without further ado, I just want to announce and welcome, actually old business first, approve the minutes from last month. Natalia, can you share those, please? So everyone just take a look at the minutes from last month. Natalia, you can scroll through these fairly, I would say.
This one is very long.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll change that says March before I post it.
Thank you. Okay. Any changes to the minutes besides the one Natalia mentioned? Okay, hearing none, the minutes are approved as is. Thank you, Natalia. Okay, as I mentioned, our first speaker tonight, we're very happy to have New York State Senator Andrew Gernardus with us. I believe he is here. Natalia, you've made him a co-host, right?
You may have to remake him a co-host because he had to restart his computer. Give him 2 minutes.
No.
Maya, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Names bounce around, so I don't even know who's in anymore.
Yeah, he had some sort of like technical glitch, but he's on his way back in. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
We apologize.
There he is.
Thank you.
Well, he's joining us again. I'll point out for the council and for anyone who's here, of course, we're happy to have any elected official. We're happy to have Senator Gernardus anytime. It's extremely relevant to have him here with us today, given that probably the most important topic in New York City education right now is mayoral control. And the senator is going to talk about this much more informed than I am, but he is responsible. The state legislature is responsible for renewing or not renewing mayoral control and deciding if there's any changes that are going to be made to it this year. We have our opinion, we have our resolution later in the night, but we're very pleased to have Senator Gernardus with us, elected to this Brooklyn's 22nd district as our representative in 2018. His district covers lots of parts of District 20. Senator, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you guys hear me and see me? My camera's been on the fritz. That's why I kept signing on and off. You can hear me and see me. Okay.
Good.
Nobody move, nobody do anything. Let's just hope that the signal stays the way it is. If someone has like a, tinfoil to put by their computer, that might help also.
Right.
Good evening, everyone. Great to be here with you all. I know it's been a while since I last joined you guys for a meeting. Just got back from Albany late last night. And we have 10 days left in the legislative session before we end for the year. And there is, as Stephen was alluding to, quite a bit of stuff happening up in Albany, quite a lot of things on the docket that we have to get done. First, I'll just start by saying this year's state budget was actually very, very good for New York City's public schools. We actually finally fulfilled the promise of the Campaign for Fiscal Equity, which was the lawsuit filed that said that New York City was not getting its fair share of funding from Albany for our schools. And there was a court case, there was a settlement, there's been this push to fully fund the settlement over the last couple of years. But as of this year's state budget, New York City is now receiving every penny they are entitled to under the law. Doesn't mean that it's enough for everything we need to do, but we have finally met our obligations under the law in terms of catching New York City schools up to where out of city districts were. And I'm very proud of that fact. And that took a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of organizing, but I'm very, very proud of that. And I was very proud to vote for that budget that was able to deliver those funds back to New York City schools. $40 billion for public education in New York City as part of the state budget. Really tremendous. The two things I want to focus on right now, and then if we have time, Stephen, I know you got a tight agenda. I'm happy to take a question or two or three. Number one, mayoral control and accountability is up for renewal. This is a very hot topic. I know you're going to be discussing it later on today, and you have a draft resolution to discuss. Just to let you know what my position is on this and what the status of the conversation up in Albany is. I am a firm believer that mayoral control provides stability to our system and provides accountability in ways that the prior system simply did not. So I am a proponent of mayoral control, but mayoral control comes with accountability. And I feel like there are ways that we could strengthen the accountability mechanism of mayoral control, specifically about empowering the voices of parents and students in a more meaningful way as it relates to the panel for educational policy in particular. There has been discussion about trying to add additional parental seats to the panel, which I have been supportive of. And actually, we had a discussion today with my colleagues where I was advocating for adding additional parental seats to the panel. And I think that some of those parental seats should be representative of distinct populations of students who are otherwise not represented. Now you can slice and dice that in a lot of different ways. So, I won't go through all the many iterations of that, but I think it's pretty clear that having one designated parent is simply not enough. That was one of the changes we passed through 3 years ago that I voted for, but we need more. And I think making sure that other communities, whether for IEPs or, for example, students with, English language learner students or high school students or whatever it might be, there should be some additional seats at the table for parents. I also would like to see, as one of the first student advisory members ever to serve on the panel for educational policy back in 2003. I'm sorry, my camera just died again, but as long as you can hear me, I'm still here. Students only have a non-voting seat on the panel. They're high school students. I think we can trust them with a vote. So I personally would love to see students actually have a vote at the table as well. We'll see if that makes it across the finish line. I know that there's also been some discussion about strengthening the roles of CECs, that Stephen has shared with me some thoughts that he had when he testified at the mayoral control hearing a few months ago. Those conversations are ongoing. I don't know if that's going to make it across the finish line this year, to be honest. But certainly, I think the concept that you articulated, Stephen, on behalf of the CEC is certainly worthy of more discussion. And finding ways to include more voices is never a bad thing. You can't have too many cooks in the kitchen. You have to have accountability. You have to have direct control mechanisms as well, for direct action. But I think having more voices around the table and more views represented is always a positive thing. So I'll keep you posted on where those come out. We have 10 days left in session, so this will be moving very, very quickly. I'm sure you'll see it in the news, but I'll make sure that my office communicates with you all kind of where things are as it's happening. The second big priority for me that I want to highlight is that the speed camera program is up for renewal this year. The school zone speed cameras are set to expire on July 1st. This is a top priority for me as well, because this has been a long fought battle to get the cameras turned on, to keep the cameras turned on, to expand the number of school zones that are covered by the cameras. We fought very hard 3 years ago to expand the number of school zones to 750, which basically makes sure that every single elementary and middle school in the city that needs a speed camera gets a speed camera. The cameras are not on 24/7, which I have concerns about because clearly people still travel the streets when it's outside of school hours. And this year it is on pace to be the deadliest year for traffic fatalities in New York City in nearly a decade. We are up 44% in traffic fatalities year to date over last year. And last year was the deadliest year on New York City streets in 8 years. So making sure that we keep the cameras on, that we expand the hours that speed cameras can operate, that we make sure that every school zone that needs a speed camera gets a speed camera, has a speed camera, is very important to me. I know it's very important to many members on this call, and it's important to many people in our community. The single biggest number of complaints or phone calls or emails that my office receives by far, amongst everything else, is street safety and pedestrian safety and reckless driving and speeding cars. By far, number one issue, not even a question. Speed cameras work. When you install a speed camera, speeding reduces by 70%. And it's just a proven scientific fact that cameras help save lives. So those are a couple of the things that I'll be keeping focused on over the last 10 days and some of the priorities I'll be working on. I'm happy to answer any questions if we have time for a few, Stephen. And I know that Maya from my staff is on the call as well. If there's anything that anyone ever needs from my office, you can always reach out to Maya. I know that she usually attends these meetings on my behalf when I'm up in Albany or elsewhere as well. So I'll throw it to you, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, a few questions would be great. We won't take up too much time, but you know, I am curious about mayoral control and your thoughts, and specifically on, you said the PEP, sort of the structure of the PEP. That's part of my resolution. And as you said, sort of slicing and dicing it a number of different ways. How many parent representatives would you like to see on the PEP?
You know, so right now, statutorily, it's only one parent required, right? Though in practice, a lot of the appointed members are parents, just by sheer numbers, you know, because there's so many public school students in the city. You know, I guess for me, the question is, do you create additional parental seats on top of what the total number of seats that are provided? Or do you require that of the existing membership, you require a certain number to be parents? I think you can go either way on that. You don't want the board to be too unwieldy. You don't want it to be too large. But I think if you had at a minimum, a requirement of, you know, at least 5 parents at a bare minimum. And that includes, you know, perhaps current appointees. I think you can always go higher than that. And I think, like I said, practice bears out that we do have higher. I think right now the number is 9 parents, if I'm not mistaken, on the panel. But if you could at least at a minimum guarantee or require at least 5 parents out of a panel of 15, that's a pretty good place to start. And if you can require that a certain number of those parents represent certain student populations, whether they are individually elected, either by the CEC councils or as part of the regular appointment process, I think that there's flexibility there to work with.
Would you support a seat, in addition to a seat for English language learner, a student who's a parent of an English language learner, a parent of a student with an IEP, which I both support, a parent of a high school student? Would you support a seat for a parent with a child either in gifted and talented or one of the specialized high schools?
Yeah, I think that bears a lot of merit too. Like I said, I think that there are lots of different ways to slice and dice the student population, and there's a lot of distinct needs in our school system that currently are not, that don't have a voice. And so I would certainly not be opposed to that. When I made my examples before, that was not meant to be an exclusive list, of course.
Right.
You know, ultimately, you know, I want to make sure that we have as broad representation as possible and as many voices represented as possible. And that really ultimately is the most important thing as we're looking to increase parental engagement.
Are there any council members who would like to ask Senator a question at this point? If not, I'll just ask one more. I guess one more about sort of mayoral control, kind of big picture. What can you share with us about the dynamics? Why is it? I mean, we're all reading the news. We're sort of familiar of the push and pull, give and take. Oh, sorry, we do have a question from a council member, and I will cede to the council member. Marie, did you want to ask Senator Gennardis a question?
Oh, no, it's more along the lines of what we discussed earlier. Hello, Senator Gennardis, and welcome to our meeting. We just wanted to extend yet again an invitation to yourself and your staff to our event on May 27th. We hope that you can come and basically, meet the principals from the district and some constituents in the form of PTA presidents and ourselves. So we hope that you're able to attend. We would love to have you.
He will be there, Marie. It's on the calendar. It's good to see you twice in one day.
Yes, thank you.
Nice. Nicely done.
Maya not only works for me, she's also my boss.
Yeah.
She tells me where to go, what to do.
Nice.
It is on my calendar, Marie, and at least right now, barring any changes to the legislative schedule, I do plan on being there.
Thank you.
Senator, just kind of a sort of an inside baseball question here. Will it ultimately get extended? It's just a matter of the terms for mayoral control.
I never want to say anything's a guarantee, right? So I don't want to say it's definitely. I feel relatively optimistic and confident that it will get extended. I think the terms and the length of duration for the extension, I think, the longer the extension provides greater stability for the schools, for the system, for the students, for the parents, for everyone. That I think remains a discussion point. There are pockets of concerns across the city that I think have questions about mayoral control. And frankly, like if you had asked me this last year under our previous mayor, I had serious concerns about some of the decisions that were being made and some of the choices that were being made. And I actually publicly said that some of the decisions that were made forced me to question my support for mayoral control. It really depends on who is occupying that seat, which is why the accountability mechanisms are so important. And why having that additional engagement and involvement from other stakeholders is really important for me. But just like I was upset last year by some of the decisions by the former chancellor and the former mayor, some of my colleagues right now have concerns about the current mayor and the current chancellor, right? So it's a give and take. Ultimately, I do feel reasonably confident that we will extend for multiple years. How many years? TBD. Final terms, TBD. Tune in next week when we, the next edition of Ask Your Senator.
Right.
We'll have more updates.
And then finally, on the speed zone cameras, what should parents do who are concerned about this? You said it's due to expire July 1st, and is it up to the legislature again to renew it?
Yes. So I have legislation right now. It's S5602 that would renew the cameras, allow them to operate 24/7, would actually increase fines for recidivist drivers. So the people that get multiple violations, and that are like blowing through the speed limits constantly, would increase the fines on them. And we know based on DOT data that about 10% of people who get speeding tickets get 6 or more tickets. So they are like the worst of the worst drivers. The vast majority, 50% of people who get a speeding ticket get 1 ticket and that's it. They get a slap on the wrist, $50 fine, they learn their lesson, they don't speed again. And then, slowly grade goes up from there. But it's that 10% that is extremely reckless that we have to crack down on. So we want to take additional measures to crack down on the recidivist drivers. If you are concerned about safety in the community, street safety in the community, and you are supportive of speed cameras in school zones, please Call my office if I'm your senator. If I'm not your senator, call your local senator. Call your assembly member. I think we are in a good place in the Senate. I don't feel as confident in the assembly yet. It's still up for negotiation. So please call your assembly member, whoever that may be, he or she, depending on where you are in District 20. And then the last thing I'll say is my office is working on scheduling a pedestrian safety forum in the coming weeks. We were trying to do it last fall, but because of the reimposed COVID restrictions, we couldn't find a venue that could host us. Now that things are opening up again, we are looking to reschedule that. So we will share that information with you all about when that will be, and we invite you all to share your street safety concerns at that point. So again, if you care about speed cameras for the next 10 days, legislative days through June 2nd, contact my office or your assembly member's office to register your support. You can email, you can call, you can stop by, send us a letter, send a message, whatever is most convenient for you.
Great. Thank you. And thank you again for joining us tonight.
Thank you all.
We'll look forward to further conversations for sure. Okay. I just want to take a minute and pause. There's a note in the chat. Kevin, is there an issue with the Mandarin line?
No, some parents just asking in the social media, say what's the line for the Mandarin.
Got it. So could the Mandarin interpreter please post the phone number in the chat?
Yes, we
Yeah,
can post
I
the
see it now.
Mandarin line.
Yep. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is a report from a presentation from the Department of Nutrition and Food Service. And do we have Wendy Moda? Is Wendy here?
Not yet. She's been having trouble getting into the meeting. They've been telling her, it says that it's for authorized attendees only. So hopefully, I told her to use a different browser. So hopefully she'll be able to get in soon.
Okay. Is Deputy Superintendent O'Brien, are you here? Is Carrie Durante here? Carrie, are you here?
Hi, I'm here.
You're here.
How are you?
Is Joe not? Joe just turned it all over to you tonight. Is that the deal?
Hi, no. Hi,
no,
Steve,
he's
how
here.
are you?
There you are.
How are you? Just getting set up over here.
No worries. This is a change of schedule, so caught you unawares, but would you guys be ready to go now if?
Sure. Carrie, are you okay over there on your end?
I am. I'm ready to go.
All right,
Awesome.
great.
Thanks for the last minute switch here. We'll go ahead, Joe or Carrie, do you want, the floor is yours. Please.
Thank you so much, Steve.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, President Stowe. How are you?
Good.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see you this evening. My name is Dr. Joseph O'Brien, and I'm the Deputy Community Superintendent of District 20. And going back for the better part of a decade, here in District 20, we've been exploring the potential of STEAM-based instruction to propel student growth and best prepare our students for the 21st century classroom and marketplace. The use of engaging learning to usher all students into the sphere of success is powerfully achieved through the use of STEAM skills and projects. And for many districts, unfortunately, STEAM is often shrouded in mystery, for there is not usually a common language to describe what it looks like in classroom practice. Through our initiative here in District 20, we were able to change that. And I'm so very proud tonight to introduce our STEAM coaches who have been working all year and for many years now, so for some of them, to design the type of professional development our teachers throughout their district, who service almost 37,000 plus students, can also receive the type of instruction that will be at the vanguard of the work that lay ahead in the future. At this time, I'd like to really name our wonderful STEAM coaches who propelled this work forward. And that is Ms. Shauna Ahmed, Ms. Anna Pizarro, Ms. Marissa Carter, Ms. Diane Corrigan, Ms. Marilla Deeb, Dr. Kerry Durante, Ms. Mary Pitlock, and Ms. Serena Rodriguez. Now, what is so extraordinary about this group of professionals here in District 20 is that not only did they design this wonderful website, but they also designed professional development for each of our STEAM leads, which is one person from each of the District 20 schools who join together every month to learn about ways they can incorporate STEAM-based instruction in their classroom. This work was ongoing and truly innovative. When I tell you the type of work that arts, science, technology, engineering, art, and math teachers were receiving and ways that they can incorporate this work, it was truly outstanding. And tonight, I'd like to welcome Dr. Durante and the rest of our STEAM coaches to share a little bit more with you. Dr. Durante, it's all over to you.
Thank you so much for that great introduction, Dr. O'Brien, and thank you for having us share a little bit of the work that we're doing. So I'm just going to get this started. And again, my team, we're all here together. This work is really important to us. We are teachers in the district. So, you know, it's really a passion project that we stick our hearts right into this. So just to talk a little bit about what we do. So we meet as a coach team one time a month to do planning for professional learning community, professional development. And then we do implementation one day of the month. So since the beginning of the year, we have really been focusing pretty heavy duty on incorporating a lot of cultural responsiveness within STEAM framework, recognizing the importance and significance that has on the students, on our students in District 20. And, you know, one of the things that I feel probably gets overlooked a little is the commitment that we have, not just to this wonderful expo that we put on every single year, our 5th annual. So not to toot our own horns, but toot toot. It's really some amazing work that our students produce in our district, but it goes beyond that. It's really, really deepening STEAM at its core in our district. It's providing equity and access to the students in our district so that they have the opportunity to be engaged with these 21st century skills and to, you know, to be able to develop their awareness for job and career readiness, to consider opportunities for them for the future. You know, a big thing that we do is also working on our students seeing themselves in that arena and strengthening that there. So each month we have professional development in our professional learning community. And again, it's encompasses from pre-K, early childhood, up to 8th grade teachers that, you know, that come and attend these professional workshops. And each one is a different and unique experience. So there are some things that we keep the same. We always start off with our mindfulness. We recognize and understand the importance of social emotional learning, but also our own space where we are in our heads. So we always begin our meetings with sort of, you know, grounding ourselves, framing who we are, why we're doing this work, some mindful moments. And then we always try to do some connections with looking specifically at STEAM activities, ones that can be done in person, ones that can be done online, digital ones. As we had the problem in the beginning of the year, it was, you know, really big concerns about students sharing materials, and we didn't let that get in our way. We sort of took that and we ran with it. You know, how do we take this opportunity to, you know, bypass all of those barriers that we sort of have been, you know, addressing and dealing with since, unfortunately, since COVID. So within our professional learning community, as Dr. O'Brien said, we have, you know, science teachers, technology teachers, engineering, math teachers, ELA. We have an ELA coach on our team. You know, it's just a little bit of everything, and everyone sort of brings it in together. As a district, we've been doing a lot of work working specifically regarding the cultural responsiveness. And so within our group, we're looking at STEAM identity within a culturally responsive framework. we've been creating and designing activities that engage all of the STEAM points and leads in sort of examining who they are, but also opportunities that we can provide for our students so that they are more aware of who they are and see themselves in those positions. That's been really something that I think has been a nice marriage within our districts. I know we have our book club that we've been working on. So that was something that was pretty spectacular that we were also able to incorporate and into the weekly, into the monthly meetings. So that was, something that we really take great pride in. So that's kind of what I want to say about that. I don't want to do too much talking. I would like to actually just share some of the resources that we have. And so, Shauna, would you like to share maybe the Expo website that we created and talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I will share the link after we are done talking, but this is our District 20 STEAM Expo website. So as a team, we created an interactive virtual live event where every single school presented an Expo project. Visitors included members of the school community, parents. It was really opening up to everybody, which is different from when we used to have it in person. It was very limited just because of fire safety, so that we had such a great turnout. And after we had the Expo, teachers recorded each of these meetings, and then they edited these videos, and then we were able to make an interactive website where now we have all the videos up on the website, and then teachers, students, families can visit this website now and see all the projects that have been showcased in all of our schools, and all the questions that have been asked. Serena, would you like to add to that?
Yes, thank you so much. And I would also like to just go ahead and thank the CEC again for providing this opportunity for us to share the wonderful STEAM work that we are doing within our district with the community as well as families and other members. So thank you again for that. So in our website that we have created, we are able to showcase the actual student presentations from April 6th, where we held our virtual STEAM Expo. And if you can see, Shauna is guiding you to the areas to click on, and you'll see that we have a project presented from each school on the website. And what a big thing to notice on the website is that anything that is in blue, like a blue link, any words in blue will be a clickable link that you can then go ahead and click on to open up the student presentations to view them. So it is a great way for us to share with especially family members who may not have been able to access the expo during the day, so that we can have this as also a kind of a guiding celebration to showcase the students' wonderful work around the areas of scientific inquiry, engineering, and all of the wonderful experimentation that has happened throughout this school year. And we have, just to also add, to go back to what Dr. Kerry Durante was mentioning, in our monthly meetings with this science, technology, engineering, art, and math teachers that have come to our meetings, we really try to support them in helping bridge that gap that may be there for them to create these projects to present at the STEAM Expo. So we're really proud of the work that our students have engaged in throughout this school year. They had to, go through challenges of COVID, trying to figure out how to manage supplies, like Mr. Andy said, and really we've seen some wonderful work happen and great discourse happen as well, and collaboration, which is really the key to STEM. And as you can see, the website has different grade bands. So if your child was in grades pre-K through 2, you would click on that link at the top and then just scroll through. You can find their project or just view other projects as well from other schools. You can then click on grades 3 through 5, as well as 6 through 8 to view all of the projects. And we're just really excited to continue this. This is a project of love of science and technology, engineering, art, and math. And we're just super excited to continue this wonderful work in years to come. And thank you again, CEC, for this. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to take any.
And also we put the link for anyone that didn't have previous access to that for this year's Recorded Expo projects. Again, as my colleague said, we, after the presentations, we did ask all of the schools to upload them, and we worked our magic to bring them to you so that you can access them, you know, and providing, as you know, as Serena said, access to families who might not be able to, you know, it was the daytime fairs, and it's not always opportunities for parents to take off of work to attend these events. And so this year, bringing it this way and in this platform has been able to really reach many, many more people. And again, it's an opportunity where students can see each other, right? They are able to engage with other students in the district to see the work that they have. And we've actually created a platform for if there were questions about projects that they can, you know, have some communication about them for clarification. So it really was an amazing event. And despite whatever things, barriers, obstacles were in our way, you know, as a team, we were able to overcome them. And that's what, as you know, these STEAM coaches, this is what we're doing, right? We're taking these opportunities for our students and we're building them up. And again, as I was saying earlier, using that Cultivating Genius as the district book that we're, you know, really focusing on, and taking that and making the connections into the STEAM framework and making those connections with the teachers within, you know, within that professional learning community.
Carrie, if I can just interrupt for a second, do you think
Absolutely.
you have an opportunity to see one of the videos from the website?
Absolutely. I'm going to try to share it. I hope I don't get kicked off. I'm going to just share my screen really quickly. Yeah, so I did have open also, this was some of the professional learning that we do here, right? So we look at the equity and inclusion, looking at questions to design culturally and historic responsive curriculum. So this was just something that I had open, again, looking at Dr. Mohammed's framework there, looking at, you know, bringing students to where we are and where we want them to be. I do have a video here. Oh, I hope it opens. There we go. Is it sharing? I'm hoping it's sharing.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, maybe a little slow.
Welcome to PS 127, going full steam ahead. I'd like to introduce PS 127's administration. Assistant Principal. Antonia Montesino, other Assistant Principal. 234 presents 2022 STEAM project, Spring into the Sahara. We'd like to introduce our classroom teachers. Ms. Guatemala, the STEAM coordinator. Ms. Hazzy and Ms. Schroeder, classroom teachers. African biomes, Sahara Dynamic, the Sahara Desert. Spring into the Sahara. The Spring Bunny is delivering chocolate kisses to the students that live in the Sahara Desert. He has hired class 3234 to help him find a way to keep the chocolate from melting on his journey. 3234 helped me deliver the chocolate to the Sahara. This project is derived from a sequential project we created while learning about the different biomes that make up Africa's land. Each group of students created a diorama to depict a specific biome. They researched different biomes by using the internet, reading articles, referring to their social studies textbook, and shared readings. Then the teacher posed the question, which biome would be the most interesting to deliver chocolate to? The students chose the Sahara Desert. Asked, class 3234 keep chocolate from melting inside of plastic egg in the Sahara Desert. This is a Sahara diagram students created while learning about Africa's land. Chocolate must go inside plastic egg. Chocolate should sit in the heat for 15 minutes without melting. No insulation material inside the egg. Plastic egg must not be taped closed. Egg must be able to be opened at any time. Brainstorm ideas. What materials would allow us to help the Spring Bunny deliver the chocolate unknown? Available materials include material that would be oil, cardboard, clay, canvas, and plastic overlap. brainstorming. Yes. This is a slide where students imagined and wrote down their materials. What materials would allow us to help the spring bunny deliver his chocolate unmelted? Groups are made based on the materials the students pick. Group 1, aluminum foils. Group 2, polymers. Group 3, cardboard. Group 4, monomer. Group 5, glass. Group 6, Ethernet. Plan. This is the slide where the students plan their materials. Pick your materials from the brainstorm slide, then sketch your idea. Materials: 1 plastic egg, 1 chocolate kiss, insulation material of choice.
So as you can see,
lamp to mimic the hair sun, and toothpicks to put the
sometimes technology is a challenge even for all of us. So that was just one really brief showcase. Look at the rich vocabulary that was being used here. Look at the process of thinking, the communication skills that are involved here. And again, look at the connection between social studies and science. You're talking about, you know, coming up with these great ideas, and then the application outside of just the science or just outside the engineering, you know, realms. So that's what makes STEAM super important. And it really does not look the same in every school. That's something that we recognize and embrace. And each school is in different places, and how their schools are bringing it each year. It's strengthened at its core through the work from the leads attending the meetings and through our professional learning community. So the site was absolutely dropped, and I can drop it again into the chat. So feel free to peruse. And we are hoping to take this to archive this one, and for next year, you know, you'll be able to see the collection from year to year of these.
That's just terrific, Dr. Durante. Thank you so much. And thank you, Serena and Shauna, for the terrific thoughts and reflections upon the expo. I think I'd just like to thank, just a quick thank you once again. I'd also like to thank the STEAM Points who come out each month. And I'd also like to thank the principals of District 20, who have championed this work year after year, allocating finance, allocating time, and allocating the type of passion for this that's required for a district so large. I'd also like to thank Dr. David Preto, our community superintendent, who's also continued this work step by step with us and has been a champion of this as well. So thank you so very much, ladies, for joining us tonight. Thank you so much, the CEC members tonight. And please check out this wonderful website that our teachers and our students have created. It's truly remarkable. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thanks very much, everyone. That was wonderful to watch. Thank you. Really, really excellent stuff. I can tell a lot went into it, and it's really reflective of the good work that's being done here in District 20. So thanks again. We will move along to the next item on the agenda. Let me just take a look. Natalia.
Okay, so Wendy was not able to log in, but
Okay.
she has someone who will be presenting for her.
Okay.
If I can- Nicole.
Yes.
There you
Hi,
are.
everybody. This is Nicole Scarangello. I am the Director of Menu Management for the Office of Food and Nutrition Services, and also a registered dietitian. I also have some folks on. I have Nicole Bonica from the Menu Management team, who's also a registered dietitian, and Emily Logan, who's our recipe menu developer. And together we're going to present supporting Wendy since she couldn't log on. So I believe, Nicole, can you share the PowerPoint?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm going to share the PowerPoint. Host disabled participant screen sharing I have.
We'll fix that, Nicole, 1 second.
Okay. Are you able to do it now?
Let me see. No, I still got the error message. Host disabled participant.
I'm not finding you. That's why.
Nicole Bonica.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Okay, can everybody see this?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. All right, great. So Nicole, I'll tell you when to change slides. So
You
once
got
again,
it.
this is Nicole Scarangello, Director of Menu Management, and we are happy to be here tonight and share a little bit of what's happening at the Office of Food and Nutrition Services. So just some things that we're going to cover. Next slide, Nick.
Oh.
Just looking at our meal program overview, our federal and city meal requirements, our standards in regards to food quality, and our menu options. And of course, you know, please put any questions into the chat. We are doing this presentation with all districts and their community engagement councils as well over the next month and a half. So we really appreciate your feedback, and we are gathering, you know, everyone's feedback across the city as well. Next screen. So just a little recap. Currently, New York City OFNS has 25 menus that are available citywide and for different programs that are in different schools. But we do have our citywide breakfast programs and lunch menus, supper, after school snack, and Saturday and Sunday meals when available and needed as well. That is supported with over 500 recipes. This number changes, you know, fluctuates often because of, you know, the way that we are constantly creating recipes and taking recipes away as our menus change. We are servicing 1,800 schools, which is about 1 million students, and we're still at about 900 meals daily. Next slide. All of our menus are definitely student driven. So we provide student taste testing. We've been doing student taste testing now for almost 10 years. The menu management department has been overseeing this. Pre-pandemic, we would have students from all over the city come up to the headquarters, our test kitchen and headquarters. And there we would do a presentation about how our nutritionals and our menus are built, and we would have students taste items and then provide feedback and kind of, you know, also like a wish list as well. During the pandemic, right in the beginning when we went on lockdown and we had hub sites and we had students actually in schools, we went out and Emily was right there. We started doing student taste testing, and you know, the students really, and administration as well, really appreciated it because it gave the students something to take their mind off of everything that was going on. But since then, we have continued student taste testing across the city, but in schools. So we like to do it before lunchtime. Can't do it during lunchtime. And, you know, we usually still do about 1 or 2 classes per school. And with that, they are still evaluating all of our items and recipes that go onto our menu. So we are, for any new item, after it's gone through our whole submission process, meaning all the paperwork's checked out, it's meeting our specifications and any solicitation information, we then look for at least 100 students to evaluate the product and recipe. We usually get a lot more. And we are looking for a minimum score of at least 75% for the product to move on into, you know, our contract management unit and eventually in front of our comptroller to be approved for our menus. So that's still happening, and anybody that is interested in doing student taste testing in their school, I mean, I know we've been out 20 most recently, but you know, if you do have interest in student taste testing, please let the principal reach out to Wendy Moda, or the school food service manager at the school, and the request will come to our office and we'll put you in queue and start providing dates. We will be doing student taste testing throughout the summer. So if you have, you know, summer rising sites that you'd like to also do student taste testing in, please share that with the district supervisor or the school food service manager as well, and we will get you scheduled for student taste testing. Next slide. So just a little overview about our breakfast menu. Our breakfast menu is constantly being updated with seasonal fresh fruits. Shortly, beginning probably next month, you're going to start seeing a lot of the stone fruits coming onto the menu. So that's like the peaches and plums, different berry varieties, and then you'll get your melons going into the summer, watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew. So we are constantly updating the menus for seasonal fresh fruits. We also have local dairy items. So our yogurts, our milk, are local dairy items that support the menu. And then all of our grain products are 100% whole grains, low fat, high fiber, and limited sugar items. These standards are coming from the procurement of them when we do the New York City food standards. So a lot of these limits on sugar and fiber requirements, they're coming from the DOH, the New York City food standards. And then in the beginning of this school year, we did eliminate juice off the menu as well. So while it was a 100% fruit juice, we still took that off as a fruit option on all menus, specifically when it was highlighted on the breakfast menu. But juice is still available if a diabetic or a student that needed some type of medical accommodation for juice. Just have the nurse put the request in with the school food service manager at the school, and the juice will be ordered and provided to the nurse so that they have that for that medical accommodation. Next slide, please. Just some features about our lunch menu. We are still doing Meatless Monday. We have most recently introduced plant-powered Fridays. We are reducing our processed deli meats and sandwiches. They will be eliminated off the menu starting in September. Again, we have seasonal fresh fruits and vegetables that consistently change on the menu. We do currently allocate about $15 million to our DoD Fresh Commodity Program, and it is a wonderful program that helps support, having fresh fruit, local, and local produce available to us. We have many menu options daily. We have, our cheese, our peanut butter, our hummus, and then on, our Meatless Mondays, our plant-powered Fridays, we also have our assorted wraps. We have our tuna sandwiches. So those items are daily options. In addition, we also have the menu that identifies what items are vegan and vegetarian. And that helps with allergens, but it also just helps with, any child that is following any type of, religious accommodation or any other reason for having the identification. So that will continue into September too. V is for vegetarian and VE is for vegan. So that is identified on all our menus. Next slide, please. Our fresh salad bars have reopened. Some schools were doing it, before April 4th, but April 4th was the official date that we relaunched our salad bars. We may not be, some schools may not be 100% meeting, you may only be seeing it a few days a week, or it may still be limited with the items that they are offering. But I promise you that, by September, salad bars will be completely up and running how they were before. Like I said, we will continue to allocate the funds to our DoD Fresh program. And, our salad bars are loved by our students and our school staff and our staff as well. They love to prepare a salad bar because they really know that the children enjoy it and they love to see them, eat from it. It's also a great place as well that if a child is still hungry after they had their meal, they can come up to the salad bar for, unlimited servings of the fresh vegetables that are available. Next slide. I did mention a little bit that, we did introduce the plant-powered Fridays in February. I'm going to talk a little bit just how, all of our menus are nutritionally equivalent each day because it's just the way that we have to serve our product, each meal. It is a federal requirement, so I'll talk a little bit about that. But like I said, having the plant-powered Fridays, it's a great way to start, showing vegetarian and vegan items to the students. But there are other options that are available on the plant-powered Fridays that are not vegan. We do have vegetarian options like a grilled cheese sandwich or a cold cheese sandwich, Southwest burrito. You will see other options available other than a vegan option only or a plant forward option only on a Friday. Next slide. So this is just showing a little bit of how we build our menus and our standards for the New York City food standards, the USDA, and OFNS. So up on top is the meal components that is coming from the federal regulation of what needs to be served for each meal or offered. So for breakfast, we have fruits, our grains or meat alternate, and a milk is what has to be offered at a breakfast. And then at lunch, you'll see that we have our fruits, our vegetables, our grains, a meat or a meat alternate, and a milk that has to be offered as well. To the right, you have the New York City food standards, or a summary of them. They are pretty elaborate, but here's just a little summary. And the standards are what's building the foundation for when we go out for an outreach or a procurement or a contract for an item. It's setting the limits a lot of times at the item level. So if we're looking for just to say a chicken tender, that chicken tender is going to have a sodium requirement. If we're looking for a yogurt, that yogurt's going to have a sugar requirement for a certain serving size. So that the New York City food standards are really what's setting that standard, and New York City food standards have the highest standards across the country for a city. To the left is the weekly average nutrient requirements for the federal National School Breakfast Program and National School Lunch Program. So here you have an age group you could see specifically for breakfast and lunch, and then the calories that are needed to make sure that that's a nutritional meal for that student, and then also the sodium limits for each meal. So this is built from a daily, right? Because we have to enter our daily meal into the system that is a USDA verified system, and then from that weekly entering, we then come up with from that daily entering, we then come up with a weekly analysis, so weekly nutritional analysis that is approved by the federal guidelines. So there's many components in regards to ensuring that each meal and each item that we serve is of nutritional value. Next slide. Once again, this is just a little bit of a summary of what I was saying. The meal pattern, the National School Breakfast and National School Lunch weekly meal pattern, our New York City food standards. I did mention a chicken tender. So if you could see the New York City food standards, like I said, for the example of a chicken tender, when we're putting a procurement out for that, we would say, hey, you want to come sell to us, or you want to come send a sample to us to see if you meet requirements. Well, that product couldn't exceed more than 480 milligrams of sodium per serving. Their saturated fat could not exceed 10% of the total calories. That's an example of a nutritional requirement. Then we would say we have an extended OFN, Office of Food Nutrition Services, prohibited ingredient list. So we would also say another requirement that we're having for that chicken tender is it could have no soy filler, because we don't accept that. And then on the specification, which would have additional detail that the Office of Food Nutrition puts out for our chicken tenders, we state that that chicken tender has to be verified by the USDA, that it is certified no antibiotic ever, humanely raised, and has a 51% whole grain bread. Next slide. Just talking a little bit halal. So we continue to have the imams go out and certify halal sites. Each day I get emails of new sites that were recommended from the community and a principal to become certified halal. That means that their kitchen is meeting the standards to serve halal food. The imams go out, they give the certification, and that becomes an approved certified halal site. Once you become an approved certified halal site, you are then able to serve specific halal items. So currently we have a halal chicken tender and a halal chicken patty. So that will be a specific meat item that is halal that you would be able to serve. But we then work very closely, the menu management team then works very closely with our consultant imams, and we have them review all of our items and recipes that support the citywide menu. Once they approve a recipe and an item, it is a pretty rigorous process in regards to their requesting our ingredient labels. They're speaking with the vendors, they're verifying processes with them. If those items are certified halal, we then update the menu to have a halal indication, as you could see the H to the right in red. That means that in addition to our chicken halal products that we serve, we then are able to serve these other items in these kitchens as well. So if you do have interest in possibly one of your sites becoming a halal certified kitchen, and you believe that it's in the best interest of the community and that's what their want and need is as well, then please share that information with the principal, and then the principal will reach out to the district supervisor and share that request. And then the process will begin. Just some menu and medical accommodations I'd like to speak about. So we do get many inquiries, and Nicole and myself, we do handle lots of different requests and inquiries across the city in many different schools about medical accommodations and meal accommodations. If a, so if a parent is just looking for product information, we are able to share all of our product labels for anything that they're requesting, recipes, any information that they want to know that, they would just feel more comfortable in knowing this information to make the choices each menu day what they want their child to eat. If it is a request that's made at the line, so let's say a para or a student themselves, say, hey, listen, I can't eat cheese, so on my hamburger today, please make sure it has no cheese. That's a request. That's a very reasonable request that our staff can handle, and that could be made right at the point of service. For more severe allergens and medical accommodations, we then request a 504 or a IEP, and we make a plan of action with the 504 coordinator at the school, the parent, the administration, and our OF&S staff, so that we are all on the same page as how we're going to make this accommodation for the menu. In addition, we also have alternative milk options. We have a soy milk and a lactose-free milk, and that is available for all meals through a written request. You could share the request with the nurse or the school food service manager, and then the process for ordering that product will become available for the student as well. And we always like to mention that chocolate milk is, the principals in the school communities do have the decision to opt out of serving chocolate milk if they choose. But we do ask that it really is a decision of consensus among the whole community, but that is a possibility too. Next slide. Our cafeteria enhancement experience, so our CEE schools, will continue being developed. I don't have, Wendy would probably exactly tell you how many schools are CEC within District 20, but we just know that the students love, and the junior high school and the high school students love when we turn a cafeteria into a CEE school. They have the freedom of choice. That's basically what it is. The students get to come up. There's many different options. They have, cold salads. They have different hot options. They have items that are served every day that they want. And they feel more, they just feel more free to make those choices. And it is more like a campus, college campus style dining. I know that funds are going to continue to be put into this project, and you will see more and more schools become CEE, because we know that the students do love it. So once again, if you do have a school that you think would be a great site for this, the turnaround, it's amazing. Like, everything is set up and lined up, and then they come in and everything is done over the weekend, and the students walk in on a Monday, and it's like a whole new cafeteria experience for them. And they really they love it. So if you do have a request, or you think you have a school that might work for a CEE, please share that with Wendy as well, and she will follow up. Next slide. Is that the end? Yeah, I believe so. So that's it. Like I said, any specific questions to District 20, Wendy is really the person that you could ask. I think somebody just asked for her information in the chat, and we will do that. But if I could answer any questions here, please, I guess, put them in the chat, and I'll stay on and see what else needs to be addressed. And I'll put my information in there as well. So thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I just have one question, sort of, if I might. Things like, I'm curious what kind of data you use to sort of, look at what meals what meals are popular, what meals are less popular, especially as you roll things out. Like everything you said here tonight is obviously great, and sort of parents love to hear everything you said. We know how kids can be. So I'm just thinking about things like meatless Mondays, plant-based Fridays. How do you guys what's the uptake been like on those? And do you guys have any internal data, or is there anything that you?
Yes, of course. So, we have our accountability that is, looked at for each serving for each day. And you could clearly see what the students like more. I mean, listen, I know, I have two boys, one in 4th grade and one in 6th grade in public schools that eat school lunch every day. And I know the things that they like, and they tell me very candid at our dinner table themselves what they like and what they don't like, So we know they like their chicken tenders. We know they like their hamburgers and their chicken patties, and they can't wait to see that item come back into play. But when they've missed some of those chicken items, they love their pizza. They said, why don't we have pizza every week again? We know some of the things they like, but we also have a responsibility to introduce new items as well. And plant-based items is a trend that is continuing in the industry. We will be seeing some vegan veggie bites and veggie patties that will be coming onto the menu in the fall, the September menu. And, students are loving them. So, we started out, the beans are an important part of the meal. They are probably one of the best bioavailable plant-based items to the body itself. Mm-hmm. So we will continue to offer our beans as a meat alternate, but you'll also see some of those additional items for like veggie bites and veggie patties that are going to come into supporting the plant-based items as well.
I have a question. Like my son's schools that they doesn't provide any halal foods. So I have to go there to principal and provide for her vendor halal food. So she can.
If you feel that your school may be a good school for offering, for first of all becoming a halal certified kitchen, and then being able to serve additional halal items, yes, speak to your principal, and then your principal will able to have more of an understanding of what the community may need as well, and then that request can be moved up to that request then can be moved up to the district supervisor.
Can someone mute their Zoom, please? Thank you. Gada, did that answer your question?
I didn't hear well because there is a noise. Would you please repeat the last thing because I didn't hear you well?
Yeah, so I just said that if you really feel that the school may benefit from becoming a halal certified kitchen that's able to serve additional halal items to the students daily, then I say yes, that without a doubt, speak to your principal, see what they have to be saying, in regards to the entire community wanting that, and if there is a need, and then they could prompt the request up to the district supervisor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other specialty in addition to halal certified kitchens? I understand that's a whole separate thing to get a kitchen certified, but are there any other, we have many different communities here in District 20, and are there any other different sort of culturally customized food options that you've done anywhere in the city that might be interesting to sort of think about? Nicole, can you hear me?
I'm sorry. What did you say? I didn't hear everything you stated.
Sure. Sorry. I was just saying, in addition to halal certified kitchens, are there any other ways that that food service, either on a sort of a, maybe a one-off basis or on a regular basis, offers any kind of culturally, culturally customized either meals or specific days or something, or maybe during certain holidays across the city?
Well, I mean, we really don't do too much for any specific holidays. But we do have daily offerings. So like I said earlier, we do have vegan and vegetarian items available daily for somebody that may not want to consume meat that day. We also have, fish options that are served, Monday through Wednesday, and other, as another daily option. So the daily options is really the place where, you have different choices that may be able to accommodate you and what type of holiday you may be, celebrating or needing to recognize for your menu. But in addition, we have kosher meals too. And then if there's a request, but they're individualized kosher breakfast and lunch items. And if you have a request for that, once again, same process, speak to your principal, and then your principal could speak to the supervisor, the district supervisor, and get you started with that process as well.
Vito, question?
Yes, thank you, Nicole. That was great. So much information. 2 questions. What's the cost to convert to that cafeteria style, buffet style system?
I don't have the cost, there is an average cost per project. I don't know the number off the top of my head. There is capital funding that is available and going into a lot of these projects. So, even if you may not, you don't have the cost as a school, there is a lot of funding that's available. So don't let that prevent you from at least putting in the inquiry and seeing where you stand.
Thank you. And the second thing is, if you're going to convert and make a halal kitchen, can you simultaneously make a kosher kitchen as well? Is that something, an extra step, so you could have both?
We do not have any certified kosher kitchens anywhere across the city that we could service from or that have been approved to be kosher. So that's why we do the individually wrapped kosher meals. We have gotten the approval to serve them out of our kitchen. But the halal, the halal kitchen, the halal certification process is something that, we have been able to work with the imams and get the certification to be able to have, specific identified ovens and refrigerator freezer space where everybody feels comfortable and that we know there's no cross contamination happening. It's a process. It's amazing to watch, but we don't have any kosher at the moment.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Steve.
Nicole, one question we received from a participant, and I'm just going to read the question, so I don't know the context behind it, but why is the menu so different from what the kids actually get? I'm specifically referring to vegan Fridays.
I could just tell you globally, we're having massive supply chain issues. It's been something that we've been struggling with, of course, since the beginning of the school year. So while maybe it started really impacting our local supermarkets, after the holidays or close to holidays, we've been dealing with it at the national level since September. So, we are really working so closely with our vendors about, just securing their production, their ramp up times and their, trucking needs and, just really the estimates that we provide and what they're producing each run. It's amazing and it is getting better and better. So when we do expect it to be that much better for September. What we are seeing though is, we're scratch cooking on Fridays with our plant-based items. That is the reality. We are not just, we're not just, like I said, we're not just warming up some veggie nuggets at this moment. We started plant-based Fridays and we're doing it's scratch cooking. So, our cooks are amazing, but they definitely need, some sites do need more training than others. So you may see some discrepancies from one site to the next when it comes to the vegan, the plant-powered or vegan meal. But, we just say, let us know if you do. We just worked with a district in Brooklyn, a month ago where we had to go out, we had to give them extra support, culinary and ordering support and all that. So if you are seeing, a discrepancy with regard to what one, big city beans burrito looks like versus the other school, let us know and or let this district supervisor and the school food service to know. And we come out as an organization and really are trying to support that. And there'll be some additional culinary training that's happening for our kitchens and our staff happening in the fall as well.
Great. And I apologize, but could the district supervisor just introduce herself again, just so we all have her name and maybe some contact information?
Wendy.
Right, is Wendy
Yeah.
here?
So she was having the trouble getting on. I'm gonna put her email in the chat now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great, thanks so much, Nicole, for being here. And please, anyone who's interested, get Wendy Moda's email in the chat. That's our district supervisor for food service.
Yep, putting it in now. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, good night.
Good night.
Okay, next on the agenda is Superintendent Dr. Preto. Superintendent Preto, are you there and are you ready to provide your report?
I am. Good evening, Steve. Good evening, council members, principals, assistant principals, teachers on the line, especially the STEAM coaches and points. Really appreciate that work in the district. It was one of our big celebrations of work this year, and definitely aligned to our DCEP goals at the district level, and one of my goals as superintendent. So excited to follow Chancellor Banks' vision, scale, sustain, restore things that work, and the STEAM Expo and was definitely one of those things. Being able to have a strong structure for professional learning communities and professional development, impacting students in a positive way in important 21st century learning is really key. So big celebration, and thank you again to the teachers, the principals, and Dr. O'Brien for spearheading that work. I just want to celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which is in the month of May. So I want to just celebrate our AAPI community, which is the majority of our District 20 families. So definitely want to celebrate that and acknowledge it. It has passed, but I want to celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week. I want to thank all of our teachers, our U of T members, for all the hard work they do. And I know that across the district, in my school visits and speaking with teachers and with principals and PTAs, there was a lot of celebrating going on, and thanking of the great work that teachers do in our district. So I just want to thank again. And I want to acknowledge Principal Appreciation Day, which was the Monday or Tuesday of Teacher Appreciation Week. So we appreciate our principals every day, but particularly on Principal Appreciation Day. So I want to thank all of our principals for all the hard and amazing work they do leading our schools on the ground in the district. I am going to do our presentation on gifted and talented expansion. I'm just going to mention a few points before I get to the presentation, which will be the end. So first, I want to follow up on the outreach that we received and experienced during a CC meeting in February around the shift in the audition admissions process at MS 936. So we committed to have a follow-up community engagement to share the results of the admission cycle process, or the data behind the impact of the shift, as well as solicit feedback from the community on that data and the process itself. It will be attended by our First Deputy Chancellor, Dan Weisberg, as well as senior leadership from the DOE, including enrollment, and it will be facilitated by myself and District 20 staff. So we'll be distributing flyers and registration information tomorrow through schools and parent coordinators and principals, and information on being able to register for that event. That's going to be on May 24th at 6 p.m. I want to just celebrate our Grief Sensitive Schools Initiative work that we've done in the district. We are the first district in New York City, I've been told, that has 100% of our schools certified in the Grief Sensitive Schools Initiative, which means that at least 5 teachers or staff members at all of our schools have been trained in the Grief Sensitive Schools Initiative, which is a set of practices and a framework for supporting children in trauma and crisis. We felt like that was especially important as part of our focus on social emotional learning and returning to in-person learning after the impact of the pandemic and remote learning and everything that came along with it. So I'm really excited to announce that we are 100% certified across the district. Next is that it is New York City Scholarship Month. So this is part of our work with the Chancellor's Office, the Mayor's Office, and the NYC RISE program. This is the program where through grant funding or donor funding, kindergarten students across New York City were able to have 529 college savings accounts started in their name. This was an opt-out program, so we have been working since September to work with families to inform them on the program. We have currently gotten to the point where the accounts have been created and the money has been deposited. So I'm happy to announce that over 3,000 kindergarten students in District 20 have had 529 college savings accounts started on their behalf, which and the total amount of money that has been deposited in the for each individual student totals over $300,000 across the district. This is an ongoing program, and I want to thank Sylvia Jasinski from the district office and all the parent coordinators across the district for doing such an amazing job. I like to brag about like coming in high or first in the city, and we've been told that our district has been at or near the top in terms of the participation rates, and being able to have teachers, parent coordinators, and my team leading that work in the district. So I'm really excited about that. It's a tremendous opportunity to provide more college access for children starting at a young age. We will be getting towards the end of the year, and that means goal and progress measures. So in our DCEP, we have goals that are tied to student performance, to learning environment survey results, and then IEP and L compliance. So, next month we will be at the point where we'll be able to start assessing progress towards those goals, and part of that means that we will begin our iReady and Acadience end of year assessments starting Monday. So children across the district will begin engaging in the iReady and Acadience reading academic screeners, and we in part use these results to monitor progress towards our DCP goals. So by the middle of June, we should have data to be able to share how we're doing across the district. The school survey is used to measure one of our goals around school environment, and depending on when those results are released, we'll be able to do that. And then with IEP and L compliance, currently at 90% and 97% respectively, we're on track to meet our goals for those categories. So the final piece of the presentation is around the gifted and talented expansion in the city. So I'm going to just share my screen quickly. I need to have the ability to share. My screen sharing is disabled. Thank you.
You log out, then log back in.
I think I'm good now. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Great. All right. So the gifted and talented expansion across the city. The gifted and talented expansion will happen in 2 ways. It will be expanded by 100 seats in kindergarten in districts across the city that do not currently have traditional kindergarten entry point G&T programs. In District 20, we have 7 total kindergarten entry point G&T programs, so the kindergarten expansion will not impact District 20 programs. We will not be currently this year adding any kindergarten seats, nor will any existing kindergarten seats be changed or removed. So our kindergarten programs will continue as they currently stand. However, in the grade 3 expansion, there will be over 1,000 seats added with a baseline of 1 program per district. So that's at least 1 program per district, with a goal citywide of having a kindergarten and a 3rd grade entry point in every community school district, and then consistent standards for accelerated learning. Sorry. So the kindergarten entry point, this does not impact us this year. However, currently there's about 2,400 kindergarten seats across the district, and the DOE is adding about 100 new ones in the portfolio. The research is clear that kindergarten is too early to effectively screen students for GNT, but kindergarten programs have been expressed as very important, so this DOE is maintaining these programs. All pre-K children are being evaluated by the current teachers. So currently, pre-K students across District 20 in our centers and in our school-based pre-K programs are being screened by teachers and are being nominated for the program. Students who are enrolled in non-DOE programs and have not yet enrolled in school will participate in an interview with DOE staff to confirm eligibility. So students who are not currently in the DOE, there is a process for them to be screened. Families of eligible nominated children, so after the nomination happens, and if children are nominated by their teacher, they will receive a gifted and talented eligibility letter before the application opens, inviting them to apply. These families will then be considered for placement at all of their application choices, and offers will be made based on seat availability and admissions priorities. And universally screening all the pre-K students takes the burden off of families and creates access for more children with a more diverse eligibility pool. Okay, so now the grade 3 entry point. So the DOE will introduce over 1,000 new seats across 32 new programs, 32 community school districts, with at least one program in each district that begins in 3rd grade for the fall of the 2022 school year. Approximately 10% of students in each school, based on the size of the district and availability of seats, will be selected and invited to apply to these programs based on their 2nd grade report card grades across all 4 core classes. Families will be considered for placement at all schools they apply to, and where there are more applications than seats, siblings will be given priority, and other applicants will be selected through random selection. This new GNT model will allow for a new and expanded entry point for families to GNT programs using a multiple measure criteria. Research shows that identifying giftedness in later grades may provide a more accurate assessment of gifted ability. So this site selection has already passed. We have spoken with CEC prior to, but space considerations have included space, which is the #1 consideration in District 20. We are an overcrowded district in elementary and middle school. However, we have been able to identify a site that does have space for adding a 3rd grade program, and we have consulted with CEC on this site selection. So that site selection has been entered in to the DOE. And then this is just a graphic about gifted and talented, about the vision for GNT moving forward based off of how GNT had been operated in the past in terms of the programming. So before we were testing 4-year-olds using a single test, and now we are using a questionnaire that's grounded in research to universally screen pre-K children. Prior to this year, we had traditional kindergarten programs in 4 districts, and moving forward, we will have all districts will have a program. Grade 3 programs were in only 8 districts across the city, and moving forward, all districts will have a grade 3 program. Prior to this, there was only one entry point for GNT programs, and now there's multiple entry points. We'll have entry points in kindergarten and grade 3. Continuity for curriculum instruction. Moving forward, we're working to generate criteria for high quality accelerated instruction, gifted pedagogy and leadership. No limited or no professional learning and support for gifted programs, and moving forward, the DOE is committed to ongoing professional learning beginning this spring, followed by job embedded support, and then prior isolation of programs and teachers. And moving forward, the DOE is working to create a network of support through intervisitations and convenings across boroughs. All right, I'm going to stop my share. And that concludes my report on the GNT expansion, as well as my report. So I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thanks so much, David. What timing, can you just provide sort of the specific timing on the G&T applications, like the dates or even the rough dates?
Sure. So we're still screening the students, but we're supposed to be done by about this week. So the week is closing up. Parents are supposed to be notified if they're nominated to apply, if the children have been nominated and invited to apply prior to May 31st. Starting May 31st, the application period is supposed to open.
Okay, so if a parent, will parents hear yes or no eligibility, or will they only hear back if yes, they are eligible?
My understanding is a letter is generated for children who are nominated. So they should be they're only going to be notified if they've been nominated.
Okay, okay. And then after May 31st, you'll receive instructions in that letter how to apply, which can be done after May 31st.
That's my understanding. I will check with the schools and with DECE, with Department of Early Childhood, who's running the nomination process, just to confirm that. But my understanding is that if you're nominated, you'll receive a letter.
Okay, okay. And then what about after the application process? When should parents expect to hear if they've been placed in a program?
Great question. In midsummer, they should be notified of their they had made it into the program.
Okay. Kevin, go ahead.
Can I have?
Yeah, two questions. One is that how many seats we have on the kindergarten level and on the third grade for the G&T in our district. And second is if a kid is nominated and we fill out an application form, and does it mean everybody fill out an application form will be accepted into the program, or there's still some kind of a selection criteria after that?
So we have a little over 250 seats across 7 programs in kindergarten programs. We'll be adding 1 section of third grade in the expansion, and so that's the first question. The second question, I think, was, will everybody who applies get a seat? Do I have that question right, Kevin?
Yes.
So if there are more applicants than seats, then it will go to a lottery and to random selection or to a lottery.
Got it. Thanks.
No problem.
Kevin, this is something, by the way, Gada, 1 second. I just want to respond because Kevin said something that I've raised this point as well. Let's expand it further. If there's so much demand in District 20, we've seen the numbers. There's a limited number of seats. So that's something that I'm interested in promoting and working on together with the rest of you on the council who are, and I've sort of talked a little bit with superintendent about that. So Gada, go ahead.
Would like to know after
I'm sorry, Gada, just 1 second. I didn't hear what superintendent said, the number for the third grade. I must miss that one.
It's 1 section, so 30 students.
30 students?
It's 1 section.
Okay, so across the whole District 20, we have 30 students.
No, all of our existing programs also have third grades. So we're adding an additional section to the already existing sections that are in the district.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's a little confusing. So when I said that there's over 250, I believe the number is about 288 exactly, but it fluctuates. For the kindergarten seats, there's also the same amount for first grade and second grade and third grade and fourth grade and fifth grade. We have 6 programs that are K-5, and then Brooklyn School of Inquiry is a K-8 program.
David, does the 250 seats include BSI?
I believe so. I'll get the exact number, but it's I think the exact number is 288, but it fluctuates.
I
Yeah,
think it does include BSI because I think district programs.
district programs are the 6th.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
there's 150 seats there. So,
That's and then the citywide is BSI.
yeah. Okay. Gada, sorry. Go ahead, Gada.
It's okay. I would like to ask after we apply, like my son now is in kindergarten. I'm gonna apply for him for gift and talent program. So after I apply, what's the next step or process will be? And he's going to have like a test. How they gonna test
Your child is in kindergarten,
Yeah,
and the child's going into first grade.
yeah.
There isn't a first grade entry point if a child is currently not in. There's a kindergarten entry point, so pre-K children can be screened and apply for kindergarten programs, and then children in the expansion, second graders, will be considered using the top 10% of all students in each school based on their 4 core subject area report cards will be invited to apply to the third grade entry point, with the sibling priority included as well, as I mentioned in the presentation. But current kindergarten students, there is not an entry point for them to apply for first grade G&T currently.
Okay, thank you.
David, is it sort of, I'm just thinking about the question, like, is it, I know there's very few students that typically will drop out of these programs, but is there a way if maybe there's an opening, are those publicized across the district? So if Gada's child wants an entry point in first grade, something, maybe there's a student who moved away, left a program, do those openings, is there a way that can be a partial solution here?
We can do, I mean, it's like we had discussions with Central around the G&T process moving forward. I'm happy to discuss it. So, whatever, ideas that the council has around how these different kind of scenarios can play out, I'm happy to both discuss them and then also connect with Central enrollment around what implications those would have moving forward.
But right now, even just informally, like let's say at PS 200, 3 kids move out of the city. Principal Muniz doesn't sort of go back to the parents and say, hey guys, I have 3 new openings. Does anyone want to, is there like an unofficial, is there an application process that can be open at that point or no? Does that not?
My understanding is it's still the waitlist process.
Okay.
The same waitlist process would apply.
Okay, waitlist, but if the waitlist is, if the program was a kindergarten entry point, and let's say this is like a second grade cohort.
Does the waitlist carry over? Right. Yeah.
Like my son was in a list and waiting list from last year. He got like a recommendation from his teacher, but when I applied, because it was lottery, he didn't get the spot, so he was on a waiting list. So this year when I apply for him, so I'm gonna wait for lottery again.
So immediately, for any questions that are specific to, I'm going to ask the question as well, but any questions that parents have regarding the admissions process, including this one, I'm going to put the email in the chat, and folks are, invited to email DECEGT@schools.nyc.gov. But I will also pose the question around wait lists after kindergarten.
George. Oh, and I put it on.
Jane, I think you're unmuted. Thank you. David, question on actually a question on this 529 program. I love the sounds of it in theory. It's based on the information you gave us. It's kind of like, I'm kind of wondering what the catch is. Where'd the funding come from for this?
A donor.
Wow, private donor.
We were notified by the chancellor's office that, and this was before the changeover administration, that a donor provided the funds to distribute specifically to start 529 plans for public school children. So started with kindergartners this year.
And what does it mean? You said it's an opt-out program?
So it was opt-out means that in order for families to not have an account open for their child, they had to notify their school by a certain date that was in late fall that they did not want to participate. So the first phase of the program was notifying parents of the program and notifying them of their ability to opt out of the program.
What am I missing? Someone's giving you money. Why would you opt out? Were there other strings to the program?
I didn't think of it as a string, but that was the way that the program was set up.
No, I'm not saying, I'm saying what would incentivize a parent to opt out? I'm just curious if there's other, you're getting.
I imagine that it's due to the nature of private information in order to start an account for somebody using because it's a bank account. So I would imagine it had something to do with the privacy implications.
Okay, interesting, gotcha. And this is just one-time funding, I'm assuming?
It was an initial investment for each student, and then it comes along with parent training around the value of investing and ways in which they can invest in themselves. As far as follow-up deposits on this cohort, I'm not aware of how that will work right now, but I also understand that next year's students will also have one started in their name as well. So this is supposed to be an ongoing, yeah.
I would hope that they're not allowing I say this with a great deal of respect for every parent out there, but I would hope that they're being given a menu of choices by professional managers. I don't know if you know this may be getting too much into the weeds on this one, but you don't happen to know how that's set up, do you?
So the New York NYC RISE program coordinates the support and the information sharing and the resources for parents.
How they select the investments, that's kind of where I'm at. Okay.
Oh, so the investments are purely through 529. So so the 529, the method, that's a state program and a state fund. So the 529s is my understanding is once the accounts are begun, then the way in which the funds are invested at that level is out of the hands of the program and anybody who has a 529 plan. That's my understanding.
Anyway, all right, it's cool. Yeah.
You know, this is way in your wheelhouse. So like,
right.
Yeah.
What if a kid already has a 529? Can you merge this one with the existing one? Can you?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay. I will.
I'll put that down and pose it to the NYC RISE folks.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for superintendent? Kevin, is your hand is up? It's still up from before, I assume?
No, I have a new question actually.
Go for it.
Somebody asked is that how to, we need an interview and then the teacher will decide if to recommend or not. So for the pre-K kids, if they are attending the private pre-K program, how do they apply for the interview?
That they do it through DECGT. That's a great question, and the interviews will be set up with a Department of Early Childhood administrator who would administer the screening.
I'm sorry. Can you put the name in the chat? So I don't want to mix it.
Sure. And what I'll also do is I'm going to put the G&T, the Gifted and Talented website in the chat as well. Here, so I'm just going to put the link in the chat. All right.
Okay, I see it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Kevin, just a little bit more follow-up on that. I had received the evaluators will use the same nomination tool being used for current DOE students. That's a bit of information that enrollment notified me about. I had some questions about that too. So your kid should be getting the same screener, the same process as
Yes.
a DOE student is. Marie?
Hi, so my question has to do with kids that are currently outside the DOE. So for instance, if they're charter school children and they would like to enter in 3rd grade. So I'm just really kind of unclear on the process. It seems like the kindergarten process is more straightforward, whereas the process for entering in the 3rd grade, basically it's the top 10%, but if the grading system is different in those schools, is it the way that lottery is run does it, and it's not explicit on the site, and we've tried getting, some more granularity into the answers, but we never got an answer as to, are the charter schools pooled together with parochial and private, and then they're put into like a pool against each other, and they're, the top 10% is determined out of that pool, whereas the DOE students are, going together in a separate pool. It's difficult for me. I from what I understand, the charter schools, a lot of them at least, they have the same 1 through 4 grading system. Meanwhile, a lot of the private schools have just your straightforward, I guess, like up to 100 average grading systems. So I'm just not clear as to how that top 10% valuation is determined.
I know it's a challenge to be able to generate a top 10% across schools and systems that don't adhere to, but that is what Central DOE is doing with children who are in 2nd grade programs across parochial, charter, non-DOE schools, and using that to determine the children who will be invited to apply.
But are they pooled together, or are there 2 separate pools? And do the DOE kids go to the front of the line, whereas the outside the system kids go to the back of the line?
My understanding is that the non-DOE students will be pulled together.
The DOE and the non-DOE? I'm sorry.
No, the top 10% of each school in the district will be separate, but I believe that the children who are not in the DOE will be put into their own pool.
Okay, and so is it my understanding? Because I mean, again, it wasn't explicit, but it looks like the DOE students, would then have priority because there's just more straightforward grading.
Would there be any advantage, David, you think, from like interpreting grading systems from external schools? Are those kids naturally at a disadvantage when you're versus the kids coming from inside the DOE?
It's a difficult question to answer. I mean, I would suppose that it's because the DOE, it's a DOE system and a DOE program and developed, by the DOE. I would think that, being able to access information and all of that does, in terms of the setup of the system, make for a much smoother process. I can only imagine that it's a challenge for the folks who are bringing in the applications of children who don't go to DOE schools for the DOE program and applying the same criteria to sort them is a challenge. So
But do the DOE students go to the front of the line, so to speak? Like, are they pooled together and then run and then the lottery generates them a number, and then second pool goes in and the lottery generates them whichever numbers are left?
the top 10% of students in each school, based on the size of the district and the availability of the seats, will be selected and invited to apply to the programs based on the 2nd grade report card grades across the 4 classes.
But again, it doesn't, I'm sorry, but maybe I'm missing something. I'm just not hearing the answer to the question. I apologize.
I don't know if I can answer the question specifically as you're asking it. in terms of like children being kind of, as you say, being put at the front of the line or the back of the line, I don't know if it applies in this scenario. So I have a hard time answering it the way you're asking it.
The generation of the lottery numbers, are there different pools? Basically, the lottery numbers that get generated for the DOE students, are they like, is the lottery run separate for them?
I don't operate the lottery system in that component of it.
We can, I mean, this should be something we could definitely reach out to him. I mean,
Yeah, we can reach out to enrollment, and because I feel like something akin to this question has been posed. So I don't know if they were able to respond to that, but that's something that I can definitely ask.
It was not responded to. And
Okay.
as a parent who has 3 children and as a parent who had to take them out of a G&T program initially because the school had closed during the pandemic, and having 3 of them at home, and me essentially homeschooling them was just not an option. I, placed them in the charter school, or at least one of them in charter school, and now she would, be eligible, and I would love to return her now that the schools are full time. But I do believe that this, that kind of process is definitely stacked against parents who, went into the charter school system for the simple reason of them, staying open during the pandemic by them smaller, et cetera. So I do think that it's, it's a little bit punitive.
Marie, all good? I don't know, David, any further comments on that, or?
No, I hear you.
Okay. David, did I hear you say it's the top 10% in every school, or the 10% in every school invited to apply?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay. Any other questions for Superintendent?
About summer raising, there's many families and parents, they complain about the spot. After the summer raising spot open on online, after 2 hours, it was a full spot. They didn't found any spot for their kids. So there is any chance that they can have a spot for their kids?
Summarizing was very heavily enrolled and very quickly. We're very aware we received a lot of outreach from families directly to our office. Our principals received a lot of calls also regarding the availability of seats. Currently, there are no seats available for elementary students in the city. There are still limited middle school seats for students in grades 6 to 8. So the portal is still open with schools that still have seats available. And DOE is definitely encouraging folks to apply for the seats that are still available, but there are no more elementary seats available, and I'm not aware of any plans to add any new ones. It's unfortunate. I know there was a lot of energy and a lot of enthusiasm, and I know that especially in our district, and I know that our district wasn't alone, that the seats went quick. So we've definitely communicated that, and the DOE is definitely aware of the demand, obviously, but I'm not aware of currently any plans to add additional seats for summarizing.
As you know, that there's many immigrant parents that they didn't familiar with online, so they try to do it in a school, but it's already full. So it was unfair for them. They are not happy.
I understand.
David, like we talked about at the business meeting you were on, and
I was yeah, my sound wasn't working, so I apologize for that. I was trying to unmute and answer some of the questions, so my apologies.
No worries. This is in the for this council. This is one of these issues where almost everyone is really kind of coming together on it. So if you can think, like, I understand you're saying there's no obvious solution here, and there's probably nothing, I don't know what can be done this year, but, advocacy, has to be done when parents, when there's such demand from parents, and this is clearly one of those issues. So, we'll keep in touch on this. We're going to be doing, we're going to be, sharing our thoughts, and, hopefully we get your support in terms of just getting it to the right people in the DOE, and providing information so that if nothing can be done this year, going forward, let's at least make them understand how important it is. So.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think in the interest of time, we should move along. So Superintendent Preto, thank you as always. We will be, hopefully you'll be able to stick around. I see you're still in the office, but we have some stuff coming up that I would like you to stick around for if you can.
I'll stay on.
Great, thanks. I have one very quick announcement, and then I'm gonna move along. I'm just gonna reiterate the importance to parents of signing up for a Nixa account. If you haven't already done so, this is something that the DOE is really promoting. And I'm just gonna share my screen in a second here, and post a link. Bear with me, everyone. So I'm just posting the link in the chat, which is the DOE training site for the or the sign up site for your account, your New York City Schools account. And then I'm going to share my screen and just sort of briefly touch on a few things. So the Nixa accounts, among other things, it's also where parents signed up to vote in the CEC elections last spring. And this is just a sort of a training document that I'm sharing from the DOE. What is the New York City Schools account? It's it's an individualized account for parents, for families, available in 10 languages. And the DOE is really pushing to centralize all information on this one account, which makes a lot of sense. And grades, report cards, attendance, test scores, IEP information will all be on Nixa accounts. So if you don't have one, make sure to do it. It's also going to be used next spring for the CEC elections in the spring of 2023. And this is just a step-by-step guide. I believe this is posted on our website, but we'll post it again if it's not. Visit that website, schoolsaccount.nyc, and this guide walks you through the process of signing up. And I'm just going to scroll to the end so you can see this is sort of the dashboard when you're in a Nixa account. You can see how everything for your student is all centralized in one place, which is really great. So I think at the goal, at least a few months ago, was to get 100% of parents in the city on with a Nixa account by the end of this year. And a few months ago, they were at something like 60%. I don't know where they are now. So that's all I am going to say. Oh, and then I'll put in a plug for CEC 20. We are sponsoring a legislative breakfast on May 27th. And invitations have been going out, and our team, Marie and Jen, have been hard at work on that. Jen, I see you have a question.
Yeah, it's about the Nixa account. So do you happen to know if this is the same vendor managing that data as the one that had the big data breach, and how secure is this site compared to the previous one on PupilPath?
I will follow up. We will get those answers.
Thank you, because this is really important. I really don't want to drop it.
Yep.
Because the consequences of this could be years down the line, and it'll be too late for us to do anything about.
Yep.
Thanks.
Any other questions on that? Okay. Next item on the agenda, discussion of the Mosaic Books curriculum. Vito, you there?
I am. Is it everything
Floor.
working okay?
Floor is yours.
Well, thank you. So this has been a long night, and I want to thank everybody for hanging in there. I want to discuss something that happened in the beginning of April. Some District 20 parents and DOE employees, they contacted me about books that were delivered to the schools. Now, there were a couple of different books that people had issues with, but the title, Our Skin, was the one that individuals had the most problems with. Now, parents across the city has had problems with this specific book, Manhattan, Queens, Staten Island, and Brooklyn. So I didn't go rifling, full disclosure, I didn't go rifling through boxes to find this book, to look at this book. This was brought to my attention. I read it and I agreed with the people who were contacting me that it was inflammatory, that it was inappropriate. And I said that to a New York Post reporter who subsequently did do a story. Now this whole thing is a nationwide issue. It's a nationwide discussion. And the reason that it's so important that we do this at a public meeting, in a public forum, is so that the people who have these concerns, they don't feel that their point of view is being marginalized or ignored or swept under the rug. So I want to thank everyone for their indulgence in discussing this. I want to please urge everyone to let's have just a respectful, calm conversation about this and about all these issues. I think that we could do that. And I want to go over specifically particular problems with this specific title, but it's broader than this one book. It also really concerns other similarly themed books, of which there are several. In fact, since this started, I keep getting sent examples of other books that people have issues with. And so I really expect this is going to be an ongoing conversation. So one criticism is that anybody who objects to books on the racial systems or anything like that just doesn't want to teach the bad aspects of our history, of US history, slavery, segregation, discrimination, etc. All of it. All of it is horrible. And the real irony here, one of the ironies, is that this book doesn't do any of that, right? Here's what this book says. It talks about race as a social construct that was wrong. And that's certainly the case. It's the case when it was constructed, and it's the case now. But instead of downplaying race and using it only to identify actual discrimination and addressing that, and with the goal of maybe eventually eliminating the use of race, since it's such a racist construct, it's artificial, why not get rid of it altogether? But what this book and other books do is they look at everything through a racial lens. And this book says that white people invented race to justify historical atrocities. Well, human beings have been othering other human beings based on how they look and exploiting those people that look different from them, since we were human beings, right? It's happened in cultures all over the world for thousands of years. So to just say white people were the only people that did that, that's the first thing that maybe is just not totally accurate. The book also says that racism can be on purpose toward persons of color. Now, I know there's a narrative that only white people can be racist or say racist things, but that is not universally accepted, and it shouldn't be taught as fact. Then on the same page, right next to each other, it says that racism can be by accident when, for example, some kid is made to play the villain, the bad guy all the time. Now, this is ironic because throughout this book, the authors show again and again, white people, white children victimizing Black children. It pretty much omits anyone else. It's just white people being bad again and again and again. That's also an issue, and it's ironic that they said we shouldn't do it, but the book does it itself. But the most problematic part of the book were 2 pages in the book that show a white teacher correcting a Black child for something, and we don't know what it is, maybe making noise, a silent sign right above it, while he ignores 2 white children on the stairs laughing and having a good time. Well, I mean, is any wonder why teachers might be offended by this? I mean, we don't know what that Black child may or may not have done. And how is a teacher supposed to know what's going on behind his back? I mean, the text and the illustrations pretty much states that the teacher is correcting this child because the teacher is racist. I mean, how is that okay? I don't think it is. I think people have a right to be offended by that and upset by it. And also this scene, and this one scene is so bad, I'm sorry, that this one scene, I know people are saying that it's taken out of context, but this one scene should really invalidate this book for use in a public school. How many takeaways are there? I mean, if you're a Black child and you're looking at, you're thinking, well, every time a white teacher corrects me, it's because of racism. And if, what does this Black child think of when they see these children laughing? They're thinking, well, white children think it's funny when Black children are treated unfairly. I don't think that's right either. And not just me, but all of the people who had an issue with this book. And you don't have to have a PhD to recognize that the text under the illustration of the kids on the stairs is meant to link up those kids laughing on the stairs with that text. And the particular image made me the most upset. Okay, I've been speaking, my wife has been speaking to our kids about these issues since they were toddlers. Okay, we talk about unfairness, we talk about racism, and kids understand unfairness. If they have a sibling, first things out of their mouth is like, no, that's unfair, that's not right. You did this for him and you didn't do this for me. In kindergarten, we used to say, you get what you get and you don't get upset, because kids are very attuned to this. So if I were talking to my child, and many of the people involved do talk to their children about these issues, and their reaction was laughing and carrying on, you know what? I would be very upset with my children, and I would call them out on it, and every parent I know would do the same. So this reaction that's shown by these children, it's just unfortunate and really totally inappropriate. So different parents, that they've had different problems with different portions of the book. But again, the DOE employees and the parents that I spoke to had the most problem with that one scene. And finally, there is a question about whether it is appropriate for schools to teach activism. Okay, that's a broader question, and I'd like to come back to it and have a broader discussion on that. I'll leave that for now. But people have been contacting me about other titles that they have concerns with. So anybody out there, I'll put it in the chat. If you want to reach me through my CEC email, it's vlabella@cec20@gmail.com. I'll put it in the chat in a bit. And right now, I'd like to ask the superintendent if he would mind indulging us and comment on the Mosaic program in general, and specifically about the process where these books in a box sitting in the school move from that box into the classroom, into the curriculum, and who is responsible for making those decisions, and what is appropriate, and what can parents do if they have concerns. And while he does that, I'm going to put a list of books in the chat, a bunch of kindergarten books that was recommended by an organization that I work with called fairforall.org, some great little books. And then I'm also going to put in the chat books that teach the ugly history of slavery, segregation, and the civil rights movement. One book, I love this book, called Showay, is incredibly powerful. I believe it's also a play for young people, and I hope to explore the possibility of perhaps bringing it to District 20 in some fashion. So again, thank you for this indulgence. Superintendent Preto, please weigh on in here.
Sure. So I think you raise some points that I'd like to, I can definitely address. So first, reading is a foundational skill, and it's essential to developing critical thinking, to develop future learning, becoming an active participant in a democratic society. So something we're really promoting is reading. We at the DOE affirm all students and lift up all students that reside in our classrooms. And one of the amazing things about District 20 is the sheer diversity of children and families that run across our classrooms in all of our different parts of the district, and we affirm all of those students. Books are tools for helping people understand complex issues, limiting access or otherwise removing things don't protect students from the challenges that are faced every day in society. And we really believe that all students deserve a mirror, they deserve a window, and kind of like quote unquote sliding glass door in literature. We think it's really important that children are able to see themselves in the literature. We feel like it's really important for children to see others, the window concept in literature, and having the ability to kind of quote unquote like walk through the sliding glass door, or experience along with them in literature. So we really believe that students deserve to see themselves reflected in the books in the classroom collections and the school libraries in our school. We really believe that books help students develop empathy for other cultures, for experiences, for identities, and for values. We feel like parents and guardians have the right to guide their own children's reading, but we don't feel that parents should make decisions that impact other people's children and their reading choices. As far as the process that we're using across the district to support our teachers in kind of examining the books, exploring them. We've been doing a lot of work in District 20 through our SEAL theory of action, combining social, emotional, and academic learning and infusing culturally relevant responsive practices. We've really focused in on the idea of identity this year with exploring learning activities and practices where children and teachers and schools explore the individual identities as children self-identify in the classroom and in the school, and using that information to start applying this windows and mirrors concept. How can we find ways to provide windows for children into the backgrounds and cultures and identities of other students? How can we provide opportunities for mirrors for children expressing cultures, backgrounds, interests, identities to see themselves in the literature? So we're using this frame to examine the books that are arriving in the schools. We're really trying to leverage the resources. It's a long process, so it is underway and will continue to be underway for a bit, but we're really trying to provide time and space for teachers to explore the materials and find what those, first and foremost, that reflect this idea of windows and mirrors, that reflect this idea that, oh, this is a character that reflects a child or children in the classroom. This is a resource for an individual child to be able to see themselves in the classroom, and be another way to validate their part in the community, and see themselves reflected in books in the classroom libraries.
David, I just want to sort of push a little further on that, because that sounds great. No one's going to disagree with anything you just said. The issue goes a little beyond that, right? The issue is, as Vito pointed out, what if some groups are specifically targeted as being the problem? Is that okay?
I think we would need to explore the text. I think that's one thing that really is a big lift for teachers, especially considering the volume and the rolling nature of the resources coming into schools this year. So I think that it's really important, again, for teachers to be able to have the time and the space to be able to absorb and examine the resources and materials. One of the biggest challenges of being a teacher is, when engaging children in reading and learning, be able to support their development and guide them through the concepts and topics that they encounter. So because of that, it's really important for them to be able to see what themes and topics that are at play in text, in order to prepare themselves for supporting children when complex topics arise.
Yeah, I agree, but I'd still like an answer to the question. If there was a group, an ethnic or racial group, that was pointed out in a book as this group is responsible for structural racism, is that appropriate?
I understand the question, and I understand that the question is directed specifically to the way that Vito was describing the book Our Skin, and so I understand the question. I'm going to I'm going to continue coming back to the idea of developing critical thinking. I'm going to continue coming back to the idea of children being active participants in society and being prepared for future learning, like, and the idea of, you know, books are tools for helping people understand complex issues, and the idea that limiting access to a book does not protect a student from the challenges that's faced every day in society.
Go ahead, Yona, and then Jen.
Hello, I do not want to take too much of your time, but I have read the article and I've seen some of the pages in the book. I am all for, you know, children being exposed to as much and as many books as possible and as much topics as possible. But I think that I feel like you're deviating from the actual, like in this specific example, I felt like the book was all about to make racism white versus black. As a foreign person, I think racism is a very much broader topic than being white or black. And I felt like the book really, you know, to say that white people invented racism or something in those lines, I thought that that was quite misleading. And if I think it left so much room for interpretation that, you know, I think books should be able to make children, especially children, explore and learn new things in a way that you're not influencing them, whether it's that like politically, whether it's that, you know, for specific movements. I feel that that book was really basically saying that white people invented racism, white people are the racists, and, you know, that's how, at least those few pages that I read, that's the message that I received. As a grown-up, I recognize that as not being a good message, at least for me or for my children. So I would love to see how the process is for teachers or people who work in the DOE or people who work in libraries, what system is in place for them to influence, because we get influenced by our teachers, by, you know, the people at the library to pick a book. So if we were to look for books on racism, you know, how can we make that process so we're not recommending books that are targeting very specific things? Because, you know, I thought it was very odd the way that the book was describing it. Thank you.
So, like, two things. One, I would definitely encourage parents to, if they have a concern about a text, or as with any concern that they would have, to definitely reach out to the parent coordinator or the principal to communicate the concern. So I would definitely encourage parents to do that. And then the DOE, the collection department, collection development policy for classroom collections and school libraries, there's procedures and policies for materials to be considered, as well as questions for how choosing those titles are considered. So long story short, there is a process for materials to be reviewed and considered by a committee. So if there's outreach around a particular title, like, I think that should be definitely expressed to your parent coordinator and your principal. Again, we really don't want parents making decisions that are going to impact other people's children, but we do firmly believe that parents and guardians have the right to guide their own children's learning. So if there's a book or a title or something that you feel that your child has been provided that is questionable, I would definitely reach out to your parent coordinator, your principal, regarding your views about the reading that your child has been provided.
Go ahead, Jen.
Hi. So I also did not actually read through the entire book, but like Yona, I saw the article and I saw the few pages that were highlighted. So I am a little afraid that my opinions might be a little bit out of context, but it did seem the parts that were highlighted, I did feel like it was a little bit problematic. And I personally don't shy away from talking about topics with my kids. It's just that if they're reading this in school, I don't always know what they're reading in school all the time, because my kid reads she actually reads a lot of stuff she gets her hands on a book and she starts reading it. I don't always know what she's exposed to until she randomly asks me a random question, and it might already be like months later since she's been exposed to the material. So I'm a little bit concerned about the age appropriateness as well, because if they have questions, this is a hot topic, and it would be something that if the teacher is going to use this book, I would like to know, because it is, as you can see, a bit controversial, just so that I can address it at home as well, and talk to my child about some of the more bigger questions that she or he might have. Is that something that we could maybe discuss, going forward, about books that, if we don't have a say in that, then at least let us know when a hot topic book is coming up so that we can address it at home, maybe?
So typically and generally when books are going to be included, especially for an entire class or for a group of students, a school will notify parents when they anticipate that there may be some concerns in order to, it is something that has happened in the past. We also have schools that, I'm not promoting an expectation here for teachers, so I want to be clear about that when I say this. However, many of our schools have a common practice of including information in newsletters or in other communication from teachers to their families about the overall units, their learning, and frequently that will include the title of a read aloud that all children will engage in. So that's a common thing that happens across our district and across the city. So but I want to make clear that that's not something that is a district policy or something that I am in control of. That is definitely around a school's systems for engaging parents and for teachers communicating with their classroom families around the materials and themes, topics that are in a particular unit of study. But I only share that to say that, Jen, to your question, like, is it possible for schools to share like the texts that are read in the class? That is something that does happen.
Okay, so I basically need to sort of communicate on a more local level with my own school and teacher, and basically keep the lines of communication open, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say to a parent who wants to find out about the text, is not aware of texts that have been read in class, to reach out to your teacher first, reach out to your parent coordinator, reach out to your principal with those questions.
Thank you.
No problem.
Kevin?
Yes, I remember we had a meeting about CRT in the past in our meetings. In the meeting, I kind of remember say we are going to add more to add more material about the different cultures into the curriculum, so that for people to understand each other's culture more. So that would be a way to kind of ease the misunderstanding and going to the racism. So are we planning to add more this kind of content into our text, because into our school curriculums? Because especially in our district, there are we are talking about 40% of first immigration students here. So is there any plan on that?
So the books that have been coming into the schools have not been curriculum. They're classroom library books. So these are individual titles. The goal has been to, make selections that are reflective of the children in the classroom. So what the immediate result and intent right now is to have children who are in the classroom see more of themselves, characters who reflect their background, their culture, their identity, to have more access to books like that. And it's been the general feedback I've gotten so far has been very positive. Children and teachers and principals so far in the interim, to counterbalance the incredible amount of work it is that teachers and principals have been spending, kind of digging into the collections and, and as the children get older and the books get longer, the work takes a little bit longer, right? Because of the time it takes. But in general, the reception has been very positive. The general response I've gotten is like, oh, that's a character that looks like me. Like, this is something to celebrate. This has resulted in an increase of our district is a majority Asian and Chinese specifically in terms of background and culture. There has been a large increase in the number of books with Chinese and Asian characters, and that goes for many of the other cultures and backgrounds and identities of children in our classroom. So that's been the initial impact of the classroom libraries and collections in the schools, which we've been looking at nothing but positive, and feeding into our goal of creating a more welcoming and affirming environment for children by again providing this windows and mirrors concept. Like, how can I see myself more in the materials in the classroom? And that's what we're really looking in this initial phase to provide teachers with a lens and an approach for how we go about picking books to put into libraries and present to kids.
I would like to mention that in BS1 or 2 in my class, they share a book about our celebration in Eid and Ramadan, what we do in Ramadan, and it was really great.
I'm really happy to hear that.
Thank you.
David, go ahead. Who is that?
It's me, Kevin again.
Go ahead, Kevin.
This book, is it picked by the teachers or it's like the DOE decided what book and send it to the schools?
So both. So the collections were curated and sent by the DOE, and then the collections, once they arrive at the school, are being explored and examined by teachers to see first which titles really align with the identities and backgrounds of the children in their classroom. And in our District 20 classrooms across the district, that's a broad spectrum of backgrounds and identities, which is awesome.
Sure. David, I just want to point out, you've talked a lot, and you mentioned a number of times you don't believe in removing things from sort of the popular education system, but the very act of having a committee, a library committee, as you say, selecting books is removing things. And so it's in this case, it's the DOE choosing and the DOE removing things. As opposed to what you were saying is you don't believe parents should have the right to remove things from the circulation.
I don't believe that we don't believe that parents should make decisions impacting other people's children. But we do believe that parents definitely have the right to guide their own children's reading.
And again, what I'm saying is, and then on the flip side, the government is doing, the DOE is the government, and you are making decisions that impact children. And that's a concern that a lot of parents constantly live with, is what is the government in the form of the DOE, very powerful organization, doing with my kids? And so there's a flip side to what you just said. And I just like you to be aware of that. It needs to be said, and that's a concern of many parents. There's responsibility that comes with being a virtual monopoly, especially on information. Go ahead, Vito.
I'm sorry, David. I get the feeling that if white parents are telling you that they're feeling attacked and that this is racist toward them, I get the feeling that if another group had said that to you, you would be a little bit more empathetic. This is a problem. People are upset by this book specifically. And it's not just in District 20, it's across the city, it's across the state, it's across the nation. And I think there needs to be a little bit more of a response than, well, that's just the way it is. Parents don't get to write, just do it. This is not a book. This book does not elevate everybody. It doesn't. I put books in the chart, in the chat, that elevate everybody. This book is targeting white people for racist behavior, and there's no balance. And I just get the feeling, again, that if someone had come to you and said that if this happened to another group, there would be a different response both from you and from the DOE. And I am troubled by this. I really am. Thank you.
I hear you. You know, personally, I don't think it's, I don't want to like infer too much in the response. I just, I want to say that, in terms of the presentation to me in this particular case, I just want to make sure that we're outlining, because this involves such a large group of books. I know that you've raised this particular book of concern, so I'm going to make sure that because you've raised it and we've talked about it in the meeting, I'm definitely going to read the book and see where you're coming from, and I acknowledge that you feel a certain way about the book. And so in this case, I want parents to know that they have a mechanism for outreach around that. But due to the nature of the meeting, I just want to make sure that when we're addressing the idea overall, in addition to including the specific book, that that there's an approach that we have to thinking about how we're going about thinking about all of the books and how we're thinking about which ones initially would be in there versus not be in there, and specifically tied to the identities of the kids in the classroom. So I hear your concern about the book, and happy to discuss it more.
I'd like to suggest a framework, and I did see Elizabeth, but I think she might have got kicked off, but I will let her ask a question.
No, I'm here now. I just
ahead,
want to
Elizabeth.
say, why can't we get rid of problematic books? If a majority of parents in our district are complaining about it, I mean, and this is something that you guys are teaching. I mean, we should have a say in what's in the books.
I want to be clear that the book is not being taught. Elizabeth, just to be clear, the book isn't being taught. So, to my knowledge, this title, Our Skin, is not being read by a teacher to a classroom of children. It's one of many titles that's been included in classroom library collections. So this is a book that would be sitting in a classroom library that a child could, through the different processes around leveling and other exploration, activities that kindergarten teachers engage in. Again, kindergarten is going to be the first or one of the first grades that children are going to encounter books in general. So this is not going to be a book that's going to be read to the whole class. This is going to be included in the classroom library. So different than like being in the curriculum or being kind of, as you say, taught.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
So do we have a list of books that are taught and read to the class? Is it supposed to be standardized across the school, across the district, across the city? Can you speak on that?
It varies. So teachers have their units of study, and going back to the comment I made regarding the texts that are read aloud, or shared text, whole class novels, that type of thing. As you go up the grades, teachers will communicate in their methods for communicating with the class, and you can reach out to your principal around what are the titles that are part of the curriculum. What are the ones that are included for whole class experiences, and get information on that.
Because thank you, because I think there is a big difference, like Elizabeth said, there's a big difference between a teacher presenting someone as an authority figure and the book is there. I still have problems with the book. I hope we can talk about it further.
Sure.
But that is a big difference. And I think the DOE stated that it wasn't part of the curriculum, but I think it's kind of disingenuous when you say it's not part of the curriculum, but they're delivering these books to the class. So
Gotcha. I understand. There are definitely materials, and before they're going into the classroom libraries, so like think of the concept of the classroom library as like your public library is just but been sitting in the classroom. So these are books that, depending on teacher systems for selecting books or not selecting books, leveling books, that kind of thing. An individual child would be engaging in this book on their own, or taking it home or whatever. This would not be a book that I'm not aware. Again, these classroom library books, again, these are new resources, so the grand majority are still being explored and going into classroom libraries at different paces across classrooms in a school, across schools in the district.
I want to move on, but I want to leave one, I want to share this thought too, because a few minutes ago, David, you mentioned, how can we think about, you were talking about the specific book, and then you were sort of also talking about a broader system of thinking about these. And I want to suggest a way to think about sort of at a higher level. And my question is, do you think politics should be part of a young child's education, elementary school child?
I think, is that a part of learning how to think critically or being active participant in a democratic society?
Should books with a, well, I didn't ask that. I just, and I.
I'm, well, I'm just, the only reason I asked that is just to clarify what you mean by saying politics, because
Let me define.
there's a, right.
Yeah, I know, it's subjective. It's very hard to define.
It's a big topic.
I'll share my definition now, but I think we have to have the conversation. I'll share my definition. Politics for me is something, a work, a book, an opinion piece designed to persuade on a public policy issue, as opposed to critically think about it and analyze it. It's purely designed to persuade one side and not the other side. Do you think that should be part of curriculum for young elementary school children?
So I'll give you an example of one that's actually happening in a lot of our schools right now. I don't know if you would call it a political topic, and maybe you could. I think it could go both ways. So there's an argument. Argument writing and developing opinions and forming arguments is part of the standards, and the complexity of developing the argument moves up as the grades get older. So we have many children across the district engaging in the exploration of both sides of a topic around whether chocolate milk should be included in school cafeterias. And children in a unit of study like this are provided with both sides, the points in favor of chocolate milk and the points, some points against chocolate milk. And children are exposed to both sides and engage in sometimes they select a side to defend and use the research on the other side to develop counter arguments, to develop rebuttals, and to engage in critical thinking. So from that perspective, like, that's something that our children already do because it's called upon by the standards, and is also essential critical thinking skills.
Sure, that's fine. The issue is when you present material that's purely one-sided, right? And what you just described, if it's happening that way, that's great. Let's say the only information presented was that chocolate milk is, the best thing ever. And the question is, do we want to drink 1 gallon a day or 2 gallons a day? Pick a side, right? Like, that would be a problem.
When not in that unit, like, we haven't seen that unit being done without like the counterpoint, because again, it comes back to the standards and how the information is supposed to be used.
Right.
Yeah.
And the book, and I'll just read a quote from the book. The book talks about, in order to undo this system, and in the system is implied the United States, right? And so that's a political viewpoint. People are more than welcome to hold it. But the book is concluding by saying that kids need to work to undo the system. And it's, open to interpret what you think the system is, but it's very clear that the message is the United States, whatever, governance, laws, needs to be undone. And the book ends there. Is that right? Is that critical balance?
Well, that level of the standard doesn't happen in kindergarten. It looks a lot different. It's a little bit more simplified in kindergarten.
Isn't this a kindergarten book, or the book?
My understanding was that this was a kindergarten book.
And so is that appropriate for a kindergarten book?
I have to read the whole book and like understand it within the context. So,
But again, it's a political viewpoint, right? It's not just chocolate milk. It's talking about the United. It's a policy. It's politics, right? It's talking about the United States. It's totally fine to write a book talking about, abhorring racism and respect all and value all cultures. But it's suddenly leaped into this political realm. The United States, as it is, needs to be undone. That's a political view. And that shouldn't be going to our young kids, our K-3 kids. Debate that in college all you want. I'll take your answer as the most tactful approach you can think of at this time, which is fine. We can move on. It is 9:53. Let's move on. we now have public speaking. Natalia.
Whew, okay. Let's see. So I have 3 people on the list.
Perfect.
First person is Michelle Magnus.
And just a reminder, speakers, and Natalia just posted the link in the chat again. If you'd like to sign up, please sign up on the link. And there will be 2 minutes for speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm actually sad I'm not last. Anyway, so first I just wanted to go on what Senator Andrew Gennardis was talking about with the speed cameras, and that he's looking to activate the more speed cameras during the time frame. I'm just curious, why are they not promoting more traffic lights versus speed cameras? Like on my daughter's school, she has 1 traffic light and 1 stop sign. And I feel like a times traffic light would be more effective than a speed camera. But that's just my argument there. So anyway, I'll send him another email. So I didn't know this was a debatable issue going on in New York City. I know it's going around the world. So going on what Vito said, I'm just going to read what I wrote fast. I find some of the DOE's culturally responsive and health curriculum to be completely inappropriate for elementary school kids. These are topics for high school students to talk through with their parents and or teachers. Culturally responsive should be books about culture and holidays and not a political perspective, especially for these age groups. Being culturally responsible and relatable is giving books of kids from culturally and ethnically different backgrounds going on magical adventures. Teaching my child HIV in 3rd grade is also not an age appropriate topic. There are so many other health issues like healthy eating and diabetes that are more age appropriate. And lastly, I feel like this is going under the radar. Mayor Adams is going to be coming to a decision soon, whether he's going to require vaccine mandates, especially COVID ones, for our public schools children. And I only hope that you guys remember to fight that fight for parents to have the right over their children and what they put in their body. Pro-choice for all matters, I assert, and that our kids shouldn't have to be subject to the politics. That's all.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Natalia, who's up next?
Hey, Eman Saker, I'm sorry if I mispronounce it. They were definitely here earlier. Oh, looks like they left. Okay. I'd have Amy, who asked about the deadline for pre-K evaluation.
Amy, are you there? The meeting was a long one, so
yeah,
we probably lost a number.
Yeah, so Tamara has her hand raised.
Yep, absolutely. Tamara, go ahead.
All right. I actually disagree with what's being said about the teaching kids in elementary about racism and politics, because as a parent, a Black parent, okay, of biracial children, I have to explain to my children the difference, why I get treated completely different than their father, okay? And I had to teach my kids early because they needed to learn what it means to be racially profiled, especially when they're walking in this neighborhood or any neighborhood with a mother that's way darker than they are, okay? And that is something that my children have to be taught, okay? So for somebody to say that it's not something that they should learn in kindergarten, I'm sorry, I have to teach my kids. And all the time, we have to have this conversation. Why mommy is being told that she doesn't belong in this country, she needs to go back where she came from. and I have to sit down and I have to have these difficult conversations with my children that I should not be forced to have with children that don't understand these topics, okay? So if I have to have these conversations with my kids, everybody else should be able to have this conversation with their kids, okay? Because I have family that are mute and they learn sign language. I have to have these conversations with my kids, okay? And that's just the way the society is. And we get treated differently all the time. And I have to make sure that I conduct myself in a different way, because I never want to be taken or taught or thought of as the angry Black female, okay? So I always have to make sure that I come politically correct when I approach any situation, especially with children that are way lighter than me. So I think this is a conversation everybody needs to have, because my kids are being affected every day with this.
I'm sorry, 2 minutes up.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. Natalia, that's it for public speaking, right?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. Great, let's move it along. Natalia, you said you have to take off?
Yes.
Okay, like now?
Yeah. Do you have there's the resolutions next, right?
Let's get the resolutions going. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be quick. Do you want me to share my screen on those, or can you do it?
It'll probably be best, like I'll assign you hosting duties.
Sure.
Which really won't change much, but.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Would you like me to take the votes?
Yeah, that'd be great. Well, Natalia is, so then I will just have to open these up and share them.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, Natalia.
Good night, Natalia.
Good night, Natalia.
Thanks for everything.
Bye.
You're welcome. And David, you're gonna make the security mad if you keep staying so late in the office.
Thank you, David. We appreciate you. Let me try and figure out how to pull these up now. Give me one. Bear with me, everyone. Sorry. Okay. All right, I will just share the text of the first resolution. This is resolution 12 on mayoral control. We are proposing an extension of mayoral control for 3 years and proposing certain amendments. And I'll go through the whereas clauses. It essentially talks about the challenges parents have with mayoral control. Obviously, power is not with the parents. It sets up our recommendation. We believe this resolution at least calls for more elected parent members as opposed to the borough presidents appointing members. That's one recommendation. It also talks about we can't go too far back away from mayoral control because the old system, the school board system, did not work very well at all. And then it also says we do give a shout out to the current administration that even though they don't have to do all of this, they have been doing a much better job of providing outreach, in particular to our district, and a number of other districts around the city that were ignored by the previous administration. So this is all building up to the argument that given where we are in the year, it's May, it's to really transform the system would be a mistake right now. So we recommend continuing mayoral control for 3 years. And we also recommend adding elected parent members to the PEP, to the Panel for Education Policy. For anyone who doesn't know, that's like the citywide version of the CECs. So there's 15 members of the PEP. Right now, 5 are appointed by borough presidents. 1 is elected by CEC presidents. We think there should be 6 elected parent members, and we think that those parent representatives should be from all CEC members voting, not just presidents of CECs, which is how it works now. We think that we should have 1 representative, an elected member who has a child in high school, 1 who has a child who's an English language learner, 1 who has a child with an individualized education program, and 1 who has a child who is either in gifted and talented or a specialized testing specialized high school. Those are the basics. I don't want to get into it too much of the details, but that's the basics, is renew it for 3 years and add 6 elected parents to the PEP, in addition to the mayor's 9 appointees. So it would be the mayor has 9 people on the PEP and elected parent representatives are 6. Any questions on that? Does anyone want to speak about that? Or have any questions about it? Good deal. Shall we, let's go to a vote on that one. Let's just call a vote on that one right now. Vito, can we get a roll call vote on that resolution? Hey, Vito, can you hear me?
Steve, just give me a second, please.
No problem. Sorry.
Does this resolution, Steve, have a number?
Resolution 12. Vito, if you want to get some things ready, I can go over the next resolution, then we can do both votes at once. How's that sound?
Thank you so much.
Yep. All right, let me pull up the other resolution. So resolution 13 is on superintendent hiring and evaluation. This is an updated version of a shorter resolution that was passed in the fall. And this, again, both of these, the intent really is to whatever we can, just get this in front of the DOE and elected officials now when these conversations are being had. So this is essentially, there's a couple of key asks in this. One is that the hiring and evaluation process, CECs have a stronger role. Right now, like I said earlier in the meeting, all that we do is we write the evaluation and it goes away to the DOE and we never hear about it again. We also call in this resolution, by the way, for the Citywide Council on High Schools. They currently have no say in high school superintendent hiring or evaluation. We call for them to have equal powers as CECs. The key, sort of some of the key things here, one of the key things that I've mentioned before is there used to be in state law a provision that CECs would bring a list of candidates to the chancellor and the chancellor would pick from those candidates. So the DOE would run the hiring process. You can see that language right here, consistent with the procedures of the chancellor establishing a publicly inclusive process for the recruitment, screening, and selection of superintendent candidates. From that pool that the DOE gets, the CEC can pick 4. Bring them to the chancellor. The chancellor has the final say on who gets the job. So that's one thing we like. We like giving CECs a little more influence there. There's a number of recommendations here just to sort of strengthen our role in the evaluation. Require the DOE to provide a response to the CEC's evaluation. Require the DOE to provide their own rationale for their evaluation. And then finally, the final ask is to give the Citywide Council on High Schools the same responsibilities that all CECs have. Any questions on that one?
Steve, going back to the candidates choosing thing, can we do a combination of not just CECs chosen candidates, but the DOE can also suggest members, candidates of their own, so there would be a slightly larger pool to choose from?
So let me just, I get what you're saying, and I'm only going to repeat, what I said, just so we're clear, and then I'll answer. Like what I was saying is the DOE does the hiring process. Like the DOE puts the job out, brings in all the applications. The DOE sets the minimum. I guess I don't know if it says it specifically in the language. The DOE in theory would set the minimum threshold. Like for example, this year they got 140 applicants. They kicked out like 20 for various. Some were just didn't even come close to having the requisite experience and whatnot. And then of what I would suggest is of the 120 that met the DOE's first cut, CECs could pick 4. But it sounds like what you're saying is maybe CECs pick 4, but the DOE also gets to pick 4. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Like they could, yeah, like out of the pool of applicants that are that make the cut, they can put forward candidates that they would like to recommend for us to consider and evaluate. And then we could recommend from the pool that they can.
I have no problem with that whatsoever. What we would have to do is write that into so on the way this works now, by the way, in the meeting is you would propose the language you would propose, we would add this in. Let me just share my screen again here. Officially, what we're supposed to do is have you propose the amendment in the meeting, and then it will be voted on as amended. So Jen, you would say, so consistent with the procedure, do you see this paragraph I'm reading from? Consistent with the procedures?
Yes.
Establishing a publicly inclusive process. Okay, so I'll read this silently. I think what I'm looking at is, you see the word position, comma, the CEC shall select. I'm thinking right in between there, right after position, comma, we would insert language. Just have a manager and record creator for such position, and with the chancellor providing suggested candidates for consideration. How does that sound?
Okay, I think that's okay. Because I would like to see what the DOE, who the DOE likes as well. And, you know, I would like to take everyone's thoughts into account to have a more collaborative process.
Right, well, right.
Because we're all parents, we're not educators,
Totally.
we're not administrators.
No,
It'd
and
be
I was-
nice to have somebody who has that kind of
Right.
experience dealing with that kind of, you know, field, advise us a bit too, you know.
Like if they say, you know, out of these 100, these 30 are probably the ones that would interest you.
Yes.
But we have the right to look at all of them, but like
Yes.
they would, yeah, no, I get you. And with the chancellor, I'll just say, and with the DOE providing suggested candidates for consideration.
Right.
Yeah, no, I like that. So that will be the amendment. Insert that right after position, comma, the DOE can recommend, comma, the CEC shall select no more than 4. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Any other thoughts about this one or the mayoral control, or are we ready to vote? Vito, you ready to take the votes?
I am. So we'll do the mayoral control first. Resolution number 12. President Steve Stowe.
Yes, approve.
Vice President Jennifer Hugh.
Yes.
Second Vice President Elizabeth Chan.
Yes.
Recording Secretary Vito Labella, yes. Treasurer Borough Appointee Marie Brugadas.
Yes.
Gada Eileen.
Yes.
Li Ping Yang.
Yes.
Yona Isufi.
Yes.
Maya Rosenblatt.
Maya had to drop off. She texted.
Okay, abstain. Kevin Zhao. Kev?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Joyce Z.
Yes.
Great.
So 11 yeses, 1 abstain. Yes?
And 10 yeses, 1 abstain.
Thank you. 10 yeses, 1 abstain.
Res 13.
So President Steve Stowe,
Yes, approve.
Vice President Jennifer Hugh,
Yes.
Second Vice President Elizabeth Chan.
Well, abstain.
Abstain, just give me a second, abstain. Recording Secretary Vito Labella, yes. Treasurer Borough President Appointee Maria Brugadas,
Yes.
Council Members Gada Imin,
Yes.
Li Ping Yang,
Yes.
Yona Isufi,
Yeah.
Maya Rosenblatt, abstain. Kevin Zhao,
Yes.
Kev? Yes, thank you. Joyce Z,
Can you hear me? Yes.
thank you both. So yes, so 9 yeses, 2 abstains. They both pass.
Thanks, Vito. That does it. Please join us. I thank everyone, including council members, including everyone who's still here. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I'm actually very pleased we got out of here at 10:15. I thought it would be later, but next meeting, Natalia's not here to tell me. I believe it's June 8th. Does that sound right? And then a reminder, in between, there will be several other events, including a town hall on a date to be determined. So motion to adjourn the meeting.
Seconded.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Good night,
Aye.
everyone. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Right.